Hello, everyone. What the fuck?
Foodie Beauty is in legitimate danger. For the past couple of years, she has found herself in a relationship with a man named Salah, and eventually she would move from Canada to Kuwait to live with her new boyfriend. Well, after finding themselves in some controversy involving a cat, they would have to flee the nation, eventually finding themselves in Syria, Salah's nation of birth, and one of the most war-torn nations in the Middle.
Dude. These women are fucking crazy.
TMZ legit just dropped this exclusive CCTV of the alleged shooter.
Let me take a look. Oh, there he is. Yeah, apparently he jumped from the school roof. Yeah, apparently he jumped from the school roof. He might have hurt his ankle or something. Looks like he's limping. Yeah, that's him. That is, in all likelihood, the shooter. Well, they'll catch up with him. Yeah, it seems like the same getup as, the guy caught on the school surveillance. Yeah, apparently he used a 30-06 bolt action, a Mauser, which is interesting. Yeah, and his bullet casings, they had some like pro-trans thing written on it. So the guy might be one of these far left crazies after all.
Middle East. But just how did Foodie get there? Why has it come to all of this? And what future could her new life possibly hold? For those who know nothing about Foodie, I'll give you a quick rundown. Her name is Chantel Seralt, a moderately popular mukbang YouTuber who slowly turned into an infamous internet figure through the messy relationships with her numerous boyfriends and her absolutely terrible treatment of cats. Foodie has cemented her legacy through years of scandal and controversy, but the current situation is unlike anything we've ever seen. Since starting her relationship with Salah, she has embarked on a journey across the Middle East, and we're going to cover most of that journey today. It all started in Kuwait, a smaller Middle Eastern nation located on the Persian Gulf, sharing land borders with Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Kuwait is generally considered a lot more developed and and safer than Syria. So this is where Salah, Foodie's boyfriend, had been living for the past couple of years. I believe he was on a work visa. That is until Foodie came to live with him, and they would eventually find themselves in a contract.
The limping was before the shooting. He may have been hiding part of his gun in his pants. They found a screwdriver near the scene and think he may have disassembled and reassembled. Bomb threat made at DNCHQ today, ongoing shooting at Naval Academy.
That's some pretty crazy shit. A lot of nonsense going on. But that's interesting. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Controversy surrounding a cat. Foodie and Salah had solicited donations for the cat to take it to a vet. Asking for money like this online is illegal in Kuwait. Foodie had also been filming government buildings during her vlogs, so there was a plethora of Kuwaiti laws that she had broken, and it was serious enough that she decided to flee the country and even take a short break from YouTube. Foodie has done this many times before, but this one was much longer than usual. Speculation was going wild, made only worse by increasing tensions between Iran and Israel. Missiles even flying over Kuwait, and with not a word from Foodie, people had no idea what was going on. And as if things couldn't get any worse for Foodie, some pretty big YouTube channels began to cover the Pause Kuwait situation. People like Atozi,
I was doing pull-ups and on my third one I injured the right side of my neck. It hurts when I move my head, like what the heck, how can you get a neck injury from doing pull-ups?
That's pretty gay. Yeah, I hate those kind of injuries that are, like, inexplicable. It just feels unfair, like it shouldn't have happened. Thanks for the donation, though, Furby. Hope you get better soon.
Mindset and Cinnamon Toast Ken all made videos on the situation with Foodie and the Kuwaiti cat. And then, when the world didn't need her the most, she appeared. Surprising few when she revealed that she was in Canada. And I want to point out that it was just Foodie in Canada. Salah was still in Kuwait, at least according to Foodie. She would also reveal that this trip back to Canada wasn't permanent, and that she very much intended to return to the Middle East.
Yeah, there is a reason why I came here. Yes. Will I tell you what it is? No. Salah and I had some...
Dude, you have to be, like, absolutely out of your fucking mind to be a chick who'd go to the Middle East and live in Syria. There's plenty of crazy, wacko Muslim terrorists in Canada. If you want to be treated like shit by an abusive Muslim husband, you will have no problem finding that in Canada. We've let plenty of them in. So, like, why would you go to fucking Syria for that when you could get it here?
Trump appears to have had a stroke during the 9/11 memorial today, lol.
Yeah, that looks weird. Yeah, his face is slumped like he had a stroke. The only other thing it could be would be, that facial paralysis that you can get from, like, an infection. Yeah, his face is super slumped over.
Hilda E. Taylor. Taylor, United States Army.
Either he's really fallen asleep, or yeah, this guy had a stroke. His lip is like... Dude. Yeah, it's either that or Bell's palsy from, like, an infection or something, but yeah, it looks like he had a stroke. He's not going to survive the end of his term. Thanks for the donation, retard.
You know, kind of a change of plans. I don't want to tell you guys what they are, because when you tell people your plans, I saw a really good analogy, actually. A really good, I don't know, metaphor, analogy, whatever. So basically, It was a picture of two candies. One was in a wrapper, and the other was open, and there were all ants on it. They're like reruns. So the ants are the parasites and everybody trying to ruin your plans. And then if you keep it wrapped, no one's on your ass.
Foodie basically calling herself a wrapped piece of candy never fails to get a chuckle out of me. This woman has an extremely high opinion of herself, and I believe that it's a product of refusing all accountability or blame. It is very rare to see Foodie sit down, admit that she was wrong about something, and make an honest statement. But even if she does, she's going to just repeat the same behavior. Case in point, her cats. I can't even keep track of how many cats that she's gotten rid of, but I'll tell you something, all of those cats are lucky to no longer be in her care. There is an absolute mountain of evidence to substantiate this, and it has been one of her biggest points of controversy in her entire career. So I'm sure that it's going to come as a shock to few that while in Canada, Foodie would get another cat, naming it Smokey. Little did she know that Smokey was a baller OG. He absolutely despised Foodie. This cat would go everywhere and spray things. Foodie's furniture, her food. She didn't even know that Smokey was spraying. She always thought it was so funny when he did that weird little thing. All the while, he's marking his territory all over her belongings. I think I should also bring up now that Foodie never intended to stay in Canada. This was just a temporary stop while
Will Mage and Tillers, hope this post is available to you. You're going to love this lol. You remember this boy, don't you? The Palestinian boy who walked 12 kilometers barefoot for food and was said to have been killed by the Israeli army is alive. Oh, what a surprise. Story of the Palestinian boy's death revolves solely around the testimony of Anthony Aguilar, former U.S. Army Special Operations Officer who served as a subcontractor for the GHF. Following repeated inconsistencies in Aguilar's accounts, GHF representatives carried out their work, conducting field operations, collecting testimony from local residents, using technological tools to verify the child's identity. The investigation led to his mother, who had hidden him. In the end, she and the boy, along with 4 family members, were evacuated from the Gaza Strip. Sole witness Aguilar, the former officer with GHF, was the one who claimed to have seen the killing, and he vigorously repeated his version of this story. Guaranteed, the Young Turks covered this, by the way, guaranteed they're not going to retract anything they fucking said and call this guy out for being a lying scumbag. Yeah. What a surprise! The guy's a fucking liar. Like, dude, like, he was so obviously lying and full of shit. Like, the moment I heard that guy speak, I was like, this guy is full of shit. And so many of these idiots let him on their fucking news shows and podcasts. And what do you know? Oh. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
Can you please react to this video? At first I was resistant to his message at first, but he's a fucking genius. Really red-pilled me on a lot of things about women.
Hi, I'm Chris.
Well, I watched this guy already. Like, I mean, I don't want to bring up the topic and have people mention the person. But yeah, I watched this guy's channel and I'm well aware. But thanks for the donation, Tool.
while her and Salah found a new country to live in. So even if Smokey was the most well-behaved cat on Earth, she basically had no intention of bringing him with her. But like I said, Smokey had it all figured out. It's like he knew that she was gonna do him dirty. So the honeymoon period between her and Smokey wore off pretty quickly, and within a couple days of getting him, she started talking about rehoming him.
It happened so fast. People messing with your fucking life, with your family. So you have to leave the country very quickly. The next day, you have to leave your home you've been at for 3 years, move somewhere alone, and it's still sinking in. I'm still taking it all in. And I thought that I want a cat. Like,
Suspect was identified by internet sleuths.
The authorities
were deciding whether or not to release these images, they do believe, they're not calling this person.
Why is this audio horrendous?
Manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer. The shooter took just one shot, and today authorities released this image of a person of interest. They believe the shooter is college age and threw the murder weapon.
Interest in the assassination.
So where's the link to, you know, the people, the body language guy? Body language experts.
So the FBI.
All right, we'll look at that in a minute.
Nick Fuentes goes off on cookie cutter whites who drink beer and watch sports. Start at 4:20 and watch until 5:30.
Wanna.
All right, thanks for the donation, nigga.
I'm skeptical of the 4chan internet sleuth identification. An internal ATF report leaked that a bullet had allusions to transgenderism inscribed, and they told everyone it's unverified and inconsistent with evidence collected so far. Lot of BS out there, RN.
Yeah, it's best to just wait and see. This is being so heavily politicized too. I'm sure there's a lot of intentional disinformation being spread. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
And it's like, that's who we are. And white men want to be some beer drinking slob with an ironic mullet and a jersey emulating their favorite doofus comedian acting like Homer Simpson. Or they want to sound like a and I hate it. So it is that deep, you fucking loser. Hey, for every white person that's
4chan Troon shooter theory.
Multiple counts reporting they may have identified the Charlie Kirk shooter. 4chan intel identified suspect Skyle Valadez had a SoundCloud with a track that was uploaded with a track a month ago titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. Deleted the track and changed his location to leave me alone. Lives in Utah. Troon. That sounds like it's probably the shooter. Yeah, I mean, seems close enough too. Yeah, that's very likely the shooter if this is accurate. Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. Thanks for the donation, retard.
it's not that deep, bro. Fuck you, pussy. Fuck you. Wear another black guy's name on your fucking t-shirt, you f***. You know, you're wearing a sports jersey for some juiced up, roided up mandingo who's beating the shit out of his girlfriend while you drink beer and watch it. And say, fuck you. That goes for all sports watchers, all sports gamblers, sports bettors, beer drinkers, winners. Fuck you. Hitler would have hated you.
And let's roll the next clip.
This has become a caricature.
Nick has not changed. Like, he's actually still fucking crazy.
Has posted those 2 photos of the person of interest that they're looking for, and they are really interested in this person of interest because they're offering $100,000 for any information that leads to, well, this person. And the internet did not disappoint. It's so many users all over, not only 4chan but X. I can't believe I'm saying this. Have done their own, let's say, research. And just a warning, everything that you're going to watch in this video is allegedly. I am just going to read things that people have found and, let's say, dots that people are connected. This is as deep as the rabbit hole goes. So, people are talking about an individual called Sky Valadez. And ex-users are pointed to the chance that Sky Valadez and Omar Najera were in on the Charlie Kirk shooting together. Remember that we talked about this. Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. We spoke about this. This is Sky Valadez. This is from Pinterest. There's also some images from Instagram. Seems that they're in a band and with Omar Najera. So where does this lead to? The Charlie Kirk shooter allegedly seems to be Sky Valadez, a transgender man. I sometimes have a bit of a confusion with that. A transgender man, what does that mean? Transgender woman? You know, those strange stuff. This is still unconfirmed at this moment. Again, all is allegedly, but based on public findings, this appears to be identified as an individual known as Sky Valadez of Ogden, Utah, part of a trans activist gun group who was posting a digital album called Death to America's Scum and, wait for it, Charlie Kirk is dead to me. All right. So in some pictures, you know, that's something that I have to warn you. The half picture that you see on your left and on this side, sorry, on your left, is an AI enhanced version of the pictures released by the FBI. I don't trust AI enhanced pictures because AI tends to include things that are not there and are misleading. But people are superimposing, in all cases, the AI-enhanced photo on the left with the picture of Sky Valadez on the right hand.
Cassidy Campbell was at the Charlie Kirk event.
Okay, so this is some of the craziest
Yeah, I heard about that. I saw him post on Facebook.
shit I've ever seen, right? So I'm at the Charlie Kirk event, which is here at Utah Valley University. And as soon as the event gets started, and he was maybe on like the first, second person or whatever. And what I thought I heard was fireworks, like firecrackers or something like that. And then everybody just starts freaking out, ducking and running, trying to get down, take cover, get through the doors. Turns out Charlie Kirk got shot. Yes, Charlie Kirk got shot. There's multiple people that were telling me how they saw like he was shot like around this area and like blood was like oozing out of that area and stuff. Dude, that's absolutely insane. But no more shots were fired after that. Like they shot Charlie Kirk and just completely stopped. I don't know what the hell's going on because, you know, there should be, you know, more police and stuff like that. This is a massive event at Utah Valley University. There's tons of people and there's terrible policing, which is insane, you know, because you never know. There might be.
I feel like people are going to end up becoming extraordinarily antisocial, kind of like me. If stuff like this keeps happening, like there's literally no point in ever going to or hosting or like doing anything with any of these public events.
Some crazy ass person out there with a gun, and look what happened today. So, see, look at this. You hear the police sirens, everything. Dude, that is scary. I've never had anything like that happen. And you know, let me tell you, man, just because you don't agree with somebody doesn't mean you should try to take their life, man. That's messed up, you know? Like, you know, I'm not even a fan of Charlie Kirk. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, and I think he's a shill. But, dude, that's so wrong still. Like, why would somebody try to take another person's life just because they disagree? I don't know, dude. At the end of the day,
Typical communist scum, I should have known.
We'll find out for sure soon enough, but yeah, it's starting to look like it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cam donate to lawyers, the people who actually deserve to get shot. Yeah. Weren't they having issues burning the flags? They were like failing at doing that. Yeah, this was like last year. I think this was organized by Samadoon, and the woman who was leading Samadoon got arrested under terrorism charges. But yeah. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Is it looking like it was actually some
The
tranny
owner would
leftist
beat
for
the
once
goat
and not
with-
just right-wing cope? Also check these out.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it. You know, again, we'll know for sure soon enough, but yeah, it's looking like it.
The owner would beat the goat with sticks, and he did this to make it aggressive towards humans, so it would guard him. And this went on for a long time. But one day, the goat had enough. It charged forward, ramming its sharp horns straight into the man's stomach, twice. As the man stumbled away, the goat chased him onto the porch, then kicked him off. And he hit the ground hard, dying within minutes. When his body was found, the goat was captured, but instead of being put down, it was taken in by animal rescuers.
Well, that's good. That man got what he deserved, and I'm glad that goat ended up finding a loving home.
He aimed the shotgun at the door and attached a wire to the handle, since the empty house had been robbed before. And one night, two friends broke in, looking for antiques. When they entered the room, they set off the trigger, and this fired the buckshot straight at their legs, hitting one at close range and blowing part of it off. But since it's illegal to booby trap a home, the robbers sued the homeowner, and the jury decided he was right. The owner was ordered to pay $30,000 and had to sell his farmhouse just to cover the cost.
It's kind of insane that you can do that. Like, I understand why booby trapping your house is nuts and it should be illegal, but under those circumstances, like, what the fuck, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz.
I would say that so many things match, especially the skull, the skull shape is. It's a pretty good match. It's a pretty good match. Multiple accounts reporting they may have identified the Charlie Kirk shooter. 4chan Intel identified suspect Sky Valadez had a SoundCloud with a track that was uploaded with a track a month ago titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. Uploaded a track to SoundCloud. SoundCloud is a platform where you can host music, your music as a band. And then deleted the track and changed his location to Leave Me Alone. Lives in Utah and is trans. It's transgender. So there's a...
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this person ends up, you know, locked up on the news tomorrow. Wouldn't surprise me.
This was the track, Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. And people were already leaving comments in here FBI is coming to your door. You call it a coincidence, but I call it BS. Holy foreshadowing. What Undertale is this track for? Yeah, there's so many stuff, crazy stuff. Otto Wolf, the Charlie Kirk alleged assassinator, Sky Valadez, had photos on his now scrubbed Instagram with the trans from yesterday, Omar, who knew of the assassination before it happened. So again, this is the thing that I'm a bit frustrated at times. We arrive late at the social media scene and everything begins to be scrubbed off the internet. Is this the same rifle? Sky Valadez posted it and could prove they were training with the same rifle. A shot from that distance wouldn't be hard with that zero scope. And there's a Pinterest in which Sky Valadez was using a rifle. For you, my body language buddies who are into rifles and know how to identify, maybe you can see from this angle, the shape and size. There's a big suppressor in there.
Is that it? Yeah, it looks like it could be a Remington, yeah, Model 700. That's a good rifle. But yeah, it looks like it could be a Remington 700.
I don't know if you could tell that it's the same rifle that was recovered by the FBI. 4chan found Sky Valadez yesterday while GMAX FBI was still focused on that old boomer. More information. Sky Valadez of Ogden, Utah had a music project called God's Finest Scalpel, and in April released a digital album called Death to American Scum, which included a track called Charlie Kirk's Death Isn't Enough for Me. Oh, right. This is so strange. Then number 2. He apparently also had a song on SoundCloud called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31, which has since...
You know, I know people are going to, claim... this proves trans people are radical and prone to violence and shit. Like, from the perspective of trans people, I could kind of understand why they'd fucking do something like this. So one, it's practically illegal now to be trans in the United States. Like, you can't get a driver's license with the gender you identify as. You have to use bathrooms that match your biological sex, which makes no fucking sense. They're considering banning firearms, so like to trans people. So if you're an avid firearms enjoyer and you're trans, I'm sure that would infuriate you. And like, again, the idea... Like, there's gender affirming care for men and women. Like, you can go on hormone replacement therapy and shit. Like, dudes can take steroids and be more manly. Like, imagine if the government, like, forced you to be more feminine and they, like, told you, no, you have this issue, but you can't take testosterone. Like, I can understand how that would, again, infuriate trans people, where they feel like a woman or they feel like a man, and then they're told, no, you can't do that. So I'm kind of... I can understand why somebody would be motivated to commit a shooting like this. I still think it's wrong. I don't think it really solves anything, and it probably makes issues worse for trans people, if anything. but I can kind of understand why you'd end up seeing some trans people who go a little fucking nuts and do this. I don't know why it's so hard to just, I don't know, leave trans people alone and be like, okay, well, maybe we're kind of going too hard on trans people. You know, I don't know. Everyone's just, like, everyone just acts like a fucking idiot.
Self-hating Jew nearly cries. Base Democrat supporting Israel. Please watch 4200 timestamp.
You're like hurled insults at the people.
42. All right, I'll watch that. Thanks for the donation, Donald Trump.
I will go to the UView tomorrow, and live stream if you sub to me. Celebratory hands in the air emoji.
What is the UVU? I don't know what that is. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
I obviously don't condone it, but they were essentially kicking a dog until it went crazy and bit back. Also like that goat earlier. But they will just use his death as a martyr.
Yeah. Yeah, again, people are fucking chimps, and, chimps be doing chimp shit. Thanks for the donation, though, David.
To talk to someone that's making decisions and supporting these things that are a huge deal to people right now. Sure. Yeah. One thing that I thought was interesting, and I want to start with you, is that you described your first trip to Israel in 2015 as a life-changing experience. And I just wanted to follow the narrative of like you growing up and your struggles and then going into the government. Like what was that experience like, and what bred that passion for Israel in you?
Well, since I grew up poor my whole life, I never had an opportunity to travel abroad.
Yeah.
So the first time I ever
free trip
went to a foreign country.
So it was life changing because you went on a trip.
Part of the reason went abroad for the first time, life changing, but also when you experience the complexity of Israel. You go to the old
what
city.
What did you see? Like what did you witness? Like
go to the old city.
Yeah. I've been there.
Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum.
Yeah.
Go to the Masada.
Oh, that's where Charlie got shot. Okay, gotcha.
Where Jews committed mass suicide to escape enslavement.
Of course, I've hiked up Masada.
The Gaza envelope.
Yeah.
Why aren't trans in third world countries acting this way? Where the fuck are trans people in third world countries? They're nowhere because they're either murdered because a lot of third world countries are fucking Muslim, or they're too poor to fucking transition, so they're just broke. Like, maybe they wear a dress occasionally when they're at home, but they'll never go outside like that because, again, they're in a third world fucking country, and they'll probably get beaten to death. What the fuck are you talking about?
Went to Sderot, spoke to the local mayor who said that...
You went to Gaza?
I did not go to Gaza, no.
What did you say, Gaza envelope?
No, Gaza envelope, which is right on the border with... It's Israel, but it's right at the border with Gaza. So.
It's right next to the fence?
Yeah, it's in the proximity to...
What's at the Gaza envelope?
Like...
Okay, this is just annoying.
Being removed. This lead seems to have first been discovered by an enterprising user of 4chan's POL board. Checking 4chan. 4chan can be crazy, man. Crazy. Again, this according to Tyro Prone, allegedly, I'm just reading.
Transsexual teacher in Utah posted a song a month ago titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31.
Just what libs need is more leverage for furthering gun restriction. AOC response on Kirk's assassination.
Restricted video. So can't see it. I'm not particularly worried because Republicans basically own they dominate everything right now, including the Supreme Court, and even before they didn't. Gun rights were still, at the very least, protected, but they ended up getting expanded. So this isn't going to lead to anything. They're all just whining and crying about bullshit. And again, these are like the commie, insane, whack job Democrats. Like AOC is not a Democrat. She's a fucking communist. So no serious Democratic politician at this point, like Gavin Newsom, who's like genuinely interested in running for, the presidency, none of them are fucking talking about gun control because they know it's just such a losing issue. It is one of the most politically unpopular opinions in the United States to be in favor of gun control. And even when Democrats have like a majority in the House, Senate, even when the Supreme Court had majority Democrats, like gun rights were still at the very least protected, if not expanded. So yeah, it just leads to nothing, and they're just going to become more politically unpopular and irrelevant. They're just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Yeah, I know. Amazing Atheist is an anti-Semite. JJ donated 292. Since you're on test in GH, are you more motivated to make more money since gear costs a lot and rent? It's pretty inexpensive. So testosterone is only $50 a month. And the growth hormone I'm on, which is kind of considered a low moderate performance enhancing dose, that's more expensive. That's like maybe $400 a month, but that's still, not crazy. So, and your income isn't sufficient enough for everything with just YouTube money. I don't know how you think I'm paying the bills, but thanks for the donation, Jay.
Don't pull up the link on screen. Pro-Palestine faggot mocks Kirk.
Charlie Kirk had no sympathy for the innocent civilians being killed on a daily basis in Gaza. Blah, blah, blah. I'm a retarded dipshit. I hate Jews. Yep. Yep. There's a lot of pro-Palestine fucktards and Arab Muslims making fun of his death. Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Stuff posted on X. Sky Valadez, trans teacher in Utah, posted a song a month ago.
Growth hormone prices vary widely. So if you're getting underground growth hormone, you're paying anywhere from about $20 to $50 per 10 units. And quality can vary, and a lot of the reason for the difference in quality too actually has to do with transportation, not manufacturing. So depending on where you're getting it from, again, it can vary from anywhere to around $20 to $50 per 10 units. So yeah, I did the calculation. I think I'm paying like, again, around $15 a day, roughly, for growth hormone, which, isn't crazy. If you're getting pharmaceutical grade growth hormone, again, prices can vary wildly. The cheapest route to get pharmaceutical grade hormone is to get it imported from Turkey, and I think some of it might come from like India or something where it's prescribed. So basically, it's sold for cheaper in countries like Turkey, and then you get it imported into like the States or Canada. Um, let me. There's different brands of growth hormone too. Like Pfizer makes their own growth hormone, and there's Synogen, Sinotropin. There's different ones. The Pfizer from Turkey. Let me see. What is that? So for 180 units, it's about $1,900. So 1875 divided by 180. Yeah, times 10. So you're paying about $104 per 10 units with the Pfizer Genotropin imported from Turkey. So for the dose I'm taking, that would be very expensive. Yeah, that'd be like $1,000 a month, basically. And then there's Synogen Sinotropin. That's from Iran, so that's Iranian growth hormone. That is $733 per 150 units. So that would be that would be about $48 per 10 units. So like around what, $25 a day. So it varies wildly. The most expensive form of growth hormone is the Pfizer somatropin or something, or yeah, Pfizer somatrope. That's like 20 grand a month, and that's prescribed to AIDS patients. So they give you 18 units per day that you're supposed to inject in a pen, and that costs about 20 grand a month. AIDS patients get it for free, and that's how a lot of bodybuilders were getting that really high quality, high dose growth hormone. A lot of AIDS patients would have like other medical bills, or like they needed to make money some way. So they would sell off their growth hormone that they're getting for free to bodybuilders. And they still do that to this day. A lot of bodybuilders have like look for AIDS patients that are willing to sell them growth hormone. But if you can get growth hormone from a good quality underground source, it's just as good as like the $20,000 Pfizer, growth hormone. So growth hormone's growth hormone, as long as it's 191 amino acids, it's all the same shit. Where do you think the source you buy gets it from? Probably China. It doesn't say China on the box. I'm not gonna mention what country, but that it says on the box, but it's probably the raw materials are manufactured in China, and then it's, I don't know, packaged or something in another country and then shipped here. But it's really good shit. It fucking works. You definitely fucking feel it. So your body's absolutely producing IGF-1 from it, because you can feel it about 30 minutes after injecting. And again, I've gotten a lot of healing around my groin. I was having the groin issues. I'm definitely growing too. And I noticed increased water retention when I initially took it. It's also vacuum sealed and everything, so it's really good quality stuff.
Trump is definitely banning guns for trans people, and now too bad it wasn't to Iranian sleeper agent, cause then he would've bombed the hell out of them, which we what like of course.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. He certainly wants to, clearly, but I don't know if he's going to do that. I'm sure he's going to try, but yeah, it seems like that's a possibility. I don't know if the Supreme Court is going to allow it, though. It's pretty weird. It's a pretty weird thing to do. Like, there's nothing about being trans that turns you into, like, a mass shooter or anything, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Was Loki expecting a Turk builder plug-in Greg's Charlie Kirk video? Buy some Turk for Kirk type shit.
I wouldn't put it past Greg to do that, but I guess he decided to keep things a bit more serious. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga.
You might have to skip to 4850 for it to be interesting.
Of course, I've hyped up Miss.
This guy's just a fucking gay retard. Like, I don't really fucking care, dude. Like, what is he just gonna do? Do some, like, white guilt bullshit, like, my ancestors stole their land, way.
Right now, I'm telling you what it's like to be my experience being Jewish.
Yeah, but there are others who have a different
I'm trying to see. Why is one better than the other? Why is one more important than the other? I'm trying to share with you. You're in the government. I don't get a chance to talk.
Of course.
Okay. I think hatred of Jewish people has exploded in this country, and I don't think it's. I think it's because it's of our support of what looks to be an absolute brutality. And I think that...
You think that's a justification for anti-Semitism?
Here's the thing.
You think Israeli government policy is a justification for anti-Semitism? My view is there's no justification for anti-Semitism.
I think that...
There's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting, that's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star and I'm Jewish? And for kids to be starving right now?
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo, donate $2. Why didn't Mom Donnie go to the 9/11 memorial today? Instead, he just put out a statement on Twitter that his staff clearly prepared Eric Adams hammering him. Well, he supports 9/11. That's why. He is an Islamic jihadist radical.
The foreign policy of like a 12-year-old. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how?
It is crazy that people want to vote for this guy when he won't go to the 9/11 memorial, when he's running for mayor of New York, and he's friends with Hassan Piker, who said he supports 9/11. Watchful. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I heard right-winger yesterday say they think the French government assassinated Charlie to spook Candace cause she doing another series on Bridget.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. Here we fucking go. Alright, that video doesn't work.
Nahara. Charlie was a patriot. Nahara. Charlie was a patriot. Nahara.
That does look weird.
Charlie was a patriot. Nahara. Charlie was a patriot.
Yeah, that's AI.
Americans, I am
That's good. Like I was thinking that seems like AI. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
Zohran Mamdani canvasser to see what people actually think of his positions, past statements, and whether they'll still vote for him when they learn the truth. Let's go. What up, my comrades? You guys voting for Zoe?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Hi, I'm with the Zohran campaign.
Yeah, I voted for
Oh, awesome. Can I get your pledge to vote for him in the general?
Sure. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what does he stand for?
I can tell you a little bit about it. Let's see. Are you cool to increase taxes on whiter neighborhoods? So basically, like taxing white people higher?
No, white people, rich people.
No. He says specifically whiter neighborhoods.
I just don't think that this is exactly his policies.
Wait, so you voted for him in the primary, but you didn't know about that? So he doesn't hate white people.
See if he does, who he doesn't, come like that's his perspective.
Whatever. No. Oh, you don't want to do it anymore?
I don't think you know how to read his website.
Oh, it specifically says to tax whiter neighborhood, defund the police.
Okay.
You're fine, like no more police. You cool with that?
I'm chill.
Okay, cool. All right.
Wait, no, I'm sorry, no. I like the police.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't defund you. One of his policies is to create safe spaces for people to do crack in public. Are you cool with that, or?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
He's gonna do that.
And what that means, is that supposed to be a benefit?
Well, do you do crack? Globalize the Intifada, you're cool with that?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. It basically means to like attack Jews worldwide, but like,
No.
is
that really what it does?
he won't condemn it.
Wow.
Sorry, are you for
I'm for him. You sure you don't want to freak a few?
No, I'm good.
Hey, you're cool with replacing police officers in domestic violence cases with social workers? Like a therapist would kind of come, like talk about it instead of like do anything?
Nah, not really.
Are you a hot boy for Zohran?
You're a hot boy.
Are you cool with taxing companies?
Like, what an idea. So you have some like crazy fucking dude or chick who's like stabbing their fucking partner, or like just beating the ever living fuck out of them, or they could have a gun or something, and then a social worker shows up. Like it's just psychotic to think this way. Like, how in the fuck does this guy get votes? You know, I guarantee you, most people are not at all politically aware, and they might see like one or two clips of somebody saying like one policy that they like, and then they think, oh, that guy is cool, I'm gonna vote for him, and then they miss all the other insane, unhinged horse shit.
So high that they're forced to leave the city and take hundreds of thousands of jobs with them? Okay.
That part, no.
Have a nice day. Do you agree to abolish all private property?
Well, no.
Oh, and he wants to empty the jails of most criminals?
Violence is an artificial construction.
I mean,
Do it. You can take back your signature. What do you think about his inexperience?
I think that's an asset.
Yeah.
In some ways.
Do you care that he didn't have a real job and worked for his mom until like 3 years ago?
So what?
You're right. Babies don't have jobs and they're like adorable.
Right.
He was a rapper. That's kind of a job.
I saw the videos. Yeah,
oh, you did the where he's like shout out to the Holy Land
Yeah.
Five. Yeah. They're a terrorist organization.
My love to the Holy Land Five, you better look 'em up.
What? Did you know that?
No,
Oh, you didn't. You won't sign Holocaust remembrance legislation.
You know.
Do we need to remember it? Yeah. Yeah. All right. That was insane. I'm required.
Yeah, the guy is a fucking radical Islamic jihadist, and he hates America and he wants to kill Jews.
I to tell you that communism has killed about over 100 million people in the last century alone, but like...
Well, what hasn't?
Yeah. Who cares? So give your baby a socialist communist future? Stalin 2025, baby.
There we go.
You're cool to elect a mayor who won't condemn Sharia law.
Sharia law. Then I'm denouncing them. I'm asking you. I'm running.
What? What would that be for?
It's like, you know, like women have to wear like burqas or have their hair covered.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay. He thinks that Iran should be able to build nuclear weapons. You're cool with that? Okay, great. We love the Ayatollah. Yeah, girl.
Yeah.
Okay. He said he was black on his Columbia application. He lied about that.
That's not good.
You think that's like up?
A little bit.
You don't want to sign anymore? Are you cool with decriminalizing shoplifting? Have you heard of the DSA? They're his main backer. The DSA plans to decriminalize DUIs. So basically more rights for drunk drivers. Okay, cool.
What? Why? This is insane.
Well,
You're cool with his policies, like we're gonna decriminalize shoplifting and drunk driving, and yeah, who wouldn't be, dude? That's awesome, man. His father is a professor at Columbia. He actually said that Hitler was inspired by Abraham Lincoln, things like that. Basically, that suicide bombing is justified.
Oh, it's a little bit extreme for me.
All right, so you're cool with government-run grocery stores like they have in the Soviet Union. Oh, you don't want to vote anymore? Basically, the government would take over the grocery stores. It hasn't really worked anywhere else. Led to like millions of people starving in like Venezuela.
This guy is gonna turn New York into an absolute shithole, dude. Like, I don't know if people are too young to remember a lot of these voters, but Rudy Giuliani cleaned up New York with a tough on crime policy. Like, he did the opposite of Zoran Mamdani, and New York became so much fucking better as a result. So, like, why in the fuck are people flip-flopping on this idea where, oh, let's let people commit crime? What could go wrong? Like, there's already historical precedent for it. Like we know what works. Like, why would you not go with what works?
But it's worth a try here. Do you believe that the government should take over?
Retard, donate $2. Wow, this is really gay.
Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous, woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear child.
Yeah, this is pretty gay.
My 30s I pinned 50 mig tren out test chip slash N250 weds and son. Ran 0.5 mg Caber and 1 milligram Adex a week. Did this 5 years straight, came off cold, no PCT. Recovered fine naturally. Like a diet, you get burnt out. When you come off, are not going to lift anymore. Truth?
Why would I come off? That's just stupid. But thanks for the donation, Hexen. I don't know why it'd ever come off. Chris donated $5. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Yeah, so 1, this is really gay. 2, there have been a bunch of crazy far right-wing mass shooters. There's that guy who shot up the fucking grocery store in the black neighborhood. What, he killed at least like 5 people? Does anybody say, oh my god, right-wing violence, MAGA supporters are all insane? Like, no, of course, they're never gonna take responsibility for anything like that. But then a trans person kills somebody, oh, see, all trans people are crazy. Like, it's just fucking retarded. All these people are just dipshits. Yeah, I'm not natty anymore. Being on steroids since August 1st.
Overall means of production, are you fine with that?
Nah.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Oh, you not want to sign anymore? These are the means of production, am I right, buddy? Freezing rent on rent-controlled apartments. They're supposed to be for poor people, but Mamdani has one as well, even though he's pretty wealthy.
I only hope that Mamdani will legalize steroids after that embarrassing bench press, ha 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 ha. Otherwise, vote Silwood 2025.
Silva is cool. I like Silva. People should vote for him. Like again, he basically has the same sort of idea as Rudy Giuliani, and Rudy Giuliani was the best New York mayor, hands down. So, but yeah. If anybody needs steroids, it's that fucking guy. Maybe if he had enough testosterone in his system, he wouldn't be this communist cuck dipshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Canada's York Police Chief... Wait, just a second.
Fuentes will be going live tonight to discuss the shooting. Should be interesting considering the tension they've had over the years. Can we maybe react when he goes live?
No, I don't really care. Like, maybe I'll react to a clip or a couple clips once the whole video's out or something, but I don't care to watch the stream. He's probably just going to talk a load of bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooh. Canada's York Police Chief says the best defense is to hide and comply during a home invasion. I would say the best defense is probably a 12-gauge shotgun. Yeah, guess what? There's a reason why police carry around firearms with them at all times. So if the best defense against criminals wasn't a gun, then why the fuck do the police carry guns? Sounds like a load of horse shit to me. But again, what do I know? It's Canada's just fucking gay, dude.
Of course.
Are you cool with open discrimination against white people, Jews, Italians? He basically uses a different accent for every different race. Like,
You've adopted different speaking accents in different scenarios. Is there one that's real and one that's affected?
truth is subjective. Am I right?
How many more New Yorkers we can take? How many more New Yorkers?
But he won't condemn Hamas.
No, I haven't taken Master on yet. I want to, at the very least, just get the first set of blood work on test and just see where, my test, E2, lipid levels are at first before I hop on any other steroids. Chris donated $3. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
He wants to abolish billionaires, but also like George Soros.
He took $37 million.
I'm on board with this. Yeah. He's also funded by radical organizations like CARE that are domestic terrorist groups in some of the world, but whatever.
That I don't sign on to. But
Do you believe that we should tax businesses higher, including mom and pop shops?
like all businesses?
Yeah, all businesses, including like mom and pop shops.
No, I'm
Oh, okay. He was endorsed by Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. You have to agree to the DSA's Bill of Rights, socialism?
No, sorry.
Oh, no? Okay. The DSA has a land back movement, which will give control of New York City back to the Indian tribes. The DSA has a pledge to let illegal immigrants vote. Fine with all this? Okay. You not want to sign anymore? They celebrated the shootings of the Jews in D.C.
I don't think I'm gonna sign.
They want to dismantle the family unit, the traditional family unit. That's the,
wait.
the DSA, no? Thank you. Have a communist day. He claims to support LGBTQ rights, but he has a mansion in Uganda where it's punishable by death to be gay.
But you're a white gay man.
Yeah, I'm actually straight.
Oh, straight. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look hot. Hot boys for Zohan. Did you know he started the SJP chapter at his college, which calls for the abolition of America?
That's interesting.
Are you cool with the destruction of America? No. You want to sign?
No.
You not want to sign anymore?
No, I.
Okay. Why are you against socialism?
It's not for Manhattan.
You want me to scratch out your signature then?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You seem very ambitious.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just want people to know what they're voting for.
So what have we learned today? When people hear about Zohran Mamdani's actual policies and past statements, they're no longer as eager to vote for the socialist. It's time to get out there and
I can guarantee you most people don't know that the guy's a crazy whack job. Is CBD worth taking? It may be. I've used CBD in the past to help treat anxiety, and it was fairly effective. When I was getting it, it was overpriced, though. That's the problem. It's come down in cost a lot in Canada, so it's pretty inexpensive at this point. So it may be worth taking. I would say it's safer than taking something like sertraline for anxiety. It also has like other antioxidant benefits, can help you sleep. So it may be worth taking for you if you can get a cheap source like in Canada. Thanks for the membership, Daniel. Appreciate it.
Title: Charlie Kirk dead at 31. They call themselves God's finest scalpel. Oh my god. The sound.
2 Mew donating $2. Did you see this yet? I did not. Let me take a look.
celebrating violence, why don't we use some logic on both sides of the aisle to stop gun violence and school shootings like the Colorado school shooting that happened yesterday from happening again? Now, this may not be my typical content, but my typical content is on health science, and keeping people alive is health science. Now that both sides have experienced this kind of horrible violence, let's use our brains and science to prevent this from happening again. According to the data, states with stricter gun laws have a 38% reduced risk for gun-related violence, but those
Oh my god. Here we fucking go.
are just gun laws. What about owning a gun? In states where there are stricter gun laws, but more people own a gun, wouldn't that hypothetically help people defend themselves? No, not according to the data. If you truly care about the facts, individuals in the possession of a gun were 4.46 times more likely to be a victim of gun.
Yes. Why do you think they own a gun? Oh my god. This is so fucking retarded. Who do you think is going to be most motivated to own a firearm? People who are in danger of getting shot. So no shit. Like, this is so fucking stupid. What a fucking idiot. Did you know that people who wear seatbelts are more likely to get into car accidents? No shit, it's because they're driving a fucking car, you idiot! Like, oh my god.
Violence, and those odds increased by 22% when the victim had some chance to resist during an altercation. So not only do stricter gun laws improve gun-related violence, but simply
they don't. So, again, tell me, if you were getting attacked by anybody, whether they're armed or not, would you rather have a firearm? Yeah, right. Like, this is such an... Like, she's so stupid.
not owning a gun will reduce your risk of being involved in gun-related violence. And all of what I'm talking about right now is corroborated by the...
She's such an idiot. Like, oh my god, she's so stupid. I debated her. She, like, literally has no fucking critical thinking skills.
data showing that legally obtained guns are the predominant kind of gun that is used in mass shootings.
Yeah, so, okay, wait. This is extraordinarily misleading. There's no, like, standard definition for mass shooting. So there's a lot of, depending on what database you're looking at, I think there's a website that tracks mass shootings. It's like Mass Shooter Tracker or something. What they do is they look at any fucking shootings that occur that involve 3 or more victims, whether fatal or non-fatal. And what they end up doing, what ends up happening when you use that definition of mass shooting, most of these shootings that occur are gang-related. So if you use those sorts of databases, no, most of the fucking guns used in mass shootings are actually illegally obtained. If you're looking at mass shooting as defined by a politically motivated shooting with 3 or more casualties, either fatal or non-fatal, then yeah, they're usually legally obtained. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Nothing. Guess what? The big mass shooting that happened in Canada in Nova Scotia, the guy got all of his fucking firearms illegally. You can also 3D print firearms now. Just look up the FGC-9. You can easily manufacture firearms with 0 real firearms parts. So, like, it does nothing. You can't ban guns. The only way to ban guns is to destroy the knowledge of how to make them, which is impossible. So, this is just fucktarded. If somebody wanted to commit a mass killing, they could either just buy a fucking $300, not even a $300, like, dude, $150 to $200 3D printers now are good enough to make reliable firearms at this point. There's whole YouTube channels dedicated to teaching you how to make fucking 3D printed firearms. Even if that wasn't the case, like, guess what? People are fucking creative. You can figure out ways to kill mass amounts of people. Fire is a really good way to kill a mass amount of people. You can look up mass killings in Australia. The worst mass killings aren't actually from firearms, they're from arson attacks. And again, funny enough, the big mass shooting in Canada that happened in Nova Scotia that triggered the firearms ban here, half of the people the guy killed were from arson attacks. He just started fires, burnt down their homes, and killed them that way. Half of the fucking deaths that he caused were from arson attacks. So what are you doing by banning guns? People just find more creative ways to kill people. Doesn't do anything. And again, it doesn't prevent them from getting access to a firearm.
It's like the school shooting that happened in Colorado yesterday.
Like again, this is assuming all of this is coming from the perspective that criminals follow the law, and they're not going to find some way to, like, bypass the law. Oh, well, if we make crime illegal, criminals won't be able to do anything. Like, she's an idiot.
And the 1,722 school shootings that have happened since 2018. So as citizens, what can we do? We can vote for policymakers that advocate for gun reform that actually reflect the data on gun violence. We can speak out against
You don't understand the data on gun violence. You're an idiot.
all gun violence, and we can all do better to have more empathy as a population. We can deplatform and ridicule people who say horrible things without pointing guns at each other. And only after we do that will we ever...
You know, this explains a lot. She's dating a beta male cuck white knight bitch. So this explains a lot. She's just a libtard lefty fucking moron who's afraid of loud noises, and she's dating some like fucking beta male cuck, dipshit. This is the most this is just how women think. Like, women are just so much more complacent, and they don't think things through, and it's all emotional. Like, guns scary, guns bad, ban guns, like, that's literally how they think. But, like, oh my god, imagine being this stupid. Owning a firearm makes you more likely to get shot. Yeah, why do you think they own a gun, you fucking idiot? Like, it's so stupid.
Can you please react to this, Lord Gaines? I wank to your physique as a gay man. Please react to this idiotic video.
My biggest issue with Zorhan...
Wait, what just turned on? Maybe if this is like ear cancer, I'm gonna turn it off, but sure, we can get through it. Thanks for the donation, my tugboat Jew. Or tug my boat Jew.
At 3 minutes. This what Governor Cox had to say. NGL, I kinda like him as governor. To be honest, I don't really care about this Charlie Kirk guy. Just another anti-vegan pos.
Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you.
I thought there was no audio, but then I realized it's only coming out of the right channel. Great job. This is re-upload, like, this isn't even from a live stream, by the way. They, were so lazy, they couldn't click one fucking button in the video editor that just put the fucking audio on both channels. It's literally one button. You click one button in the video editor to put the audio on both channels. They were that fucking lazy. I can't stand that.
To make matters worse, soon people like her will marry and have kids.
I have no idea if she has an interest in having kids, but Jesus Christ, like, that is just outrageously stupid. She's literally in favor of disarming law-abiding citizens that live in high-crime areas that are more likely to get shot. Oh, you need a gun to defend yourself? Well, let me take that away from you, because I looked at a study where people who own guns are more likely to get shot. Like it's literally the same as taking seatbelts away from like truck drivers. Like, oh, well, the more you, like the longer you wear a seatbelt, the more likely you are to get into a car accident. So let's take the seatbelts away, because the data shows the longer you wear a seatbelt, the more likely you are to get into a car accident. Like, that's literally the logic she's using. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
We will try you, and we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation, Minnesota, we had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania, and we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk.
Whatever.
Donnie is that I can never remember his name. I always end up saying something stupid like Zoltan Mamdazi. Now, for the few of you who haven't heard of this guy yet, he's the New York City mayoral candidate who made waves when he defeated the far more established and establishment candidate Andrew Cuomo. Love that dude's last name, though, for the nomination. Zorhan is an unabashed democratic socialist who supports free public transportation, free public child care, city-owned grocery stores, a rent freeze, and a $30 an hour minimum wage. He's a critic of...
She's raised money for a Palestinian charity. Yeah, so... She's a dumbass lefty libtard cuck. I knew it. Dude, there's a way these people talk where you can tell when they're like actually fucking crazy. You know, there's the people who are in favor of firearms regulations, like universal background checks and stuff like that, which it's like, I think at this point it's kind of a it's an exercise in futility, essentially, especially when you're talking about dealing with organized crime. But you know, that's one thing, like universal background checks. You know, there's some people who still think that banning machine guns is a good idea, which again has become a completely obsolete concept now that echo triggers exist, and now there's the super safety that basically gives you the ability to shoot in full auto without technically being full auto. But then you have people like her, where they are just clearly fucking deranged. They'll look at a data set where people are more likely to get shot if they own a firearm, and then rather than just going to the logical conclusion, oh, they have a firearm because they live in an unsafe area where they need it, somehow magically preventing people from owning a firearm prevents them from getting shot? Like what? Yeah.
Rest in peace to my white nigger Charlie Kirk. So what's your reaction to this, VG? Are you on some John Meadows shit where you happy he's gone? Or don't care? Also, all the shit libs are trying to use Palestine to justify his death.
Wouldn't say I'm happy he's gone. Like, my issue is he was killed for politically motivated reasons. And I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think he was a good person. And again, like, this guy was supporting a Holocaust against the animals. So, yeah, from my perspective, one less animal abuser left on the planet. But I'm against, you know, assassinating people for political reasons, because it just opens up the floodgates for people to kill each other just for differing political views, which is not a good thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Can you draw a touching Charlie Kirk tribute looking down on us from heaven?
Sure, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Michelangelo. There we go. Sign in. I was literally using Photoshop earlier today, and it made me sign in again. They have my fucking credit card. I don't know what the fuck their problems are.
I hate women too. I've noticed women always act stuck up and roll their eyes. My ex-GF was a total bitch. Women love playing mind games.
That's, it's just the way they do things. I think women are more prone to psychological manipulation compared to men. And I think it's just for very practical reasons. Like, it might be evolutionarily worked in, but I think there's practical reasons, and the main reason is women are physically inferior to men. So they're smaller, weaker. They're not a social threat the way men are. So the way that they control social situations and gain like power and control over somebody else is through psychological manipulation. So yeah, I think women do tend to. Men are overrepresented when it comes to psychopaths and sociopaths, but I think women are like underrepresented because they're just underdiagnosed. Because women are just less likely to commit crime. But when you look at antisocial behavior, so, you know, like manipulation, Machiavellianism, stuff like that, women might not do that to commit crimes, but I think they do that in a lot of social circumstances. It's just that women don't usually do it to commit crime, so they end up getting underdiagnosed. Thanks for the donation, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have you enjoyed Nina Hartley's Glory Hole vids? I think I've only seen one. Wasn't that great. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging left.
Like, these aren't serious people.
Just lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
no, not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats have to own it
this is
too,
on.
but I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a
own
problem
this.
with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking.
Oh, shit. My bad. I forgot to turn the screen on. There you go. There you go. There's a woman exhibiting antisocial personality behavior traits. You know, like the weird social manipulation type shit, the narcissism. And like, again, I'm sure it gets underreported because they're not using it to commit a crime. They're just being cunts. But yeah, there you go. Oh, Democrats own the fucking Charlie Kirk shooting. Okay, do Republicans own the killing of the Democrats? No. Like, she lies like that all the fucking time, by the way.
You had complaints from one programmer who said you guys were basically stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This is like a guy that, and not a close friend, but this is someone that worked at OpenAI for a very long time. I was really shaken by this tragedy. I spent a lot of time trying to, read everything I could.
The guy was a programmer. The idea that a programmer would commit suicide is not unusual.
I'm sure you and others did too about what happened. It looks like a suicide to me.
Why does it look like a suicide?
It was a gun he had purchased. It was this is like gruesome to talk about, but I read the whole medical record. Does it not look like one to you?
No, he was definitely murdered, I think. There were signs of a struggle, of course. The surveillance camera, the wires had been cut.
He was definitely murdered, I think.
He had just ordered takeout food, come back from a vacation with his friends on Catalina Island. No indication at all that he was suicidal. No note and no behavior. He had just spoken to a family member.
He's a programmer. That's enough indication that he was suicidal.
On the phone, and then he's found dead with blood in multiple rooms. So that's impossible. Seems really obvious he was murdered. Have you talked to the authorities about it?
I have not talked to the authorities.
Wandering Mason donates $7. Let me see. That's good.
You would smoke?
No, I don't smoke. No,
really?
No. Yeah, really.
Okay.
Only the ganja.
Anyone? What? You watch me solemn.
Okay, brother.
Yeah. Lieutenant Drebin, police squad.
Oh, I remember you, Drebin. Oh, well, what do you want?
I want to ask you some questions. You familiar with that face?
I don't know. My memory ain't so great.
Oh, yeah? Maybe this will refresh your memory.
I don't know. It's still kind of hazy.
How about this?
Yeah, I remember him. I used to see him around. Why do you want to know?
I can't tell you that.
Well, maybe this'll help.
I really don't think I should.
Yeah, you still don't think so?
All right, his name is Nordberg. He's a cop.
He was no cop. He was dealing H.
What?
I'm telling you, he was dirty.
Oh, you sniveling scum. I ought to run you in right now.
All right. He worked at Ludwig Shipping. He tried to push something on one of my boys. I swear it.
I gotta watch the Naked Gun movies. I still haven't seen them. All right, thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Still can't believe YouTube banned you for being too smart, handsome, and jacked.
Well, when you're this fabulous, you're gonna get haters. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin. Kid Beard only tellers don't watch the video because Paul Saladino's a piece of shit, but read comment section. Liberalism is a disease. You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Is the right just as brain broken on Charlie Kirk? Calling for civil war, blaming Israel. How cooked are we on both sides? Also thoughts on Nick Fuentes. How dangerous are people like him? Maybe it's time to stop spread hating speech.
Where'd that video... Where the fuck did the video... Yeah, what happened? That's weird. I don't know where I put the tab. Yeah, the right wing is completely and utterly brain broken on Charlie Kirk. Everyone's politicizing it in their own way. So, How cooked are we on both sides? Well, yeah, they're both fucktarded. Thoughts on Nick Fuentes? How dangerous are people like him? The good thing with Nick Fuentes is that he's so radical, no one is willing to listen to him other than like niche crazies who everyone knows is crazy. That's why I think he's been trying to act as though he's more moderate now. But the people who are the real dangers have been people like Tucker Carlson, crypto fascists. So they package fascism and white nationalism and shit in a more pretty easy to digest package, and they try to funnel people down, you know, a kind of wormhole where they end up becoming slowly more radicalized over time. But thanks for the donation, Jason Blahino. Retard donate $2, new images released. Yeah, the hair looks different compared to, you know, the 4chan theory. They're gonna track this guy down soon enough. But yeah, the hair definitely looks different. I don't know if it's the same person. It would be a weird coincidence, but, you know, we'll find out soon enough. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Can we react to the iDubbbz drama next and not forget about it like last night and the night before that?
We will definitely react to it, Dodo, don't worry. And I took a nap before stream, so I'll have plenty of energy to react to everything.
Does it not look like one to you?
No, he was definitely murdered, I think. He's found dead with blood in multiple rooms, so that's impossible. Seems really obvious he was murdered. Have you talked to the authorities about it?
I have not talked to the authorities about it.
And his mother claims he was murdered on your orders.
Do you believe that?
I'm asking.
I mean, you just said it, so do you believe that?
I think that it is worth looking into, and I mean, if a guy comes out and accuses your company of committing crimes, I have no idea if that's true or not, of course, and then is found killed and there are signs of a struggle, I don't think it's worth dismissing it. I don't think we should say, well, he killed himself when there's no evidence that the guy was depressed at all. I think, and if he was your friend, I would think you would want to speak to his mom or...
I did offer, she didn't want to.
So, do you feel that, you know, when people look at that and they're like, you know, it's possible that happened, do you feel that that reflects the worries they have about what's happening here? Like, people are afraid that this is like...
I haven't done too many interviews where I've been accused of like...
Oh, I'm not accusing you at all. I'm just saying his mother says that. I don't think a fair read of the evidence suggests suicide at all. I just don't see that at all. And I also don't understand why the authorities, when there's signs of a struggle and blood in 2 rooms on a suicide, like, how does that actually happen? I don't understand how the authorities could just kind of dismiss that as a suicide. I think it's weird.
You understand how this sounds like an accusation?
The guy might have shot himself and didn't do a good job and stumbled around for a while. Like, I'm assuming the police investigated it and they know what they're doing.
Of course. And I mean, I certainly, let me just be clear once again, not accusing you of any wrongdoing, but I think it's worth finding out what happened. And I don't understand why the city of San Francisco has refused to investigate it beyond just calling it a suicide.
I mean, I think they looked into it a couple of times, more than once, as I understand it. I saw and I will totally say, when I first heard about this, it sounded very suspicious to me.
Yes.
And I know you had been involved in...
Well, his mother
you were
reached
asked to
out
look into the case.
And I don't know anything about it. It's not my world.
She just reached out cold?
She reached out cold.
Wow.
And I spoke to her at great length, and it scared the crap out of me. kid was clearly killed by somebody. That was my conclusion, objectively, with no skin in the game.
And you, after reading the latest report?
Yes.
Like, look,
I immediately called a member of Congress from California, Ro Khanna, and said, this is crazy, you've got to look into this. And nothing ever happened. And I'm like, what is that?
Again, I think this is, I feel strange and sad debating this and having to defend myself seems totally crazy. And you want memory and his
Tucker Carlson is such a manipulative fuck. Kid Boo donated $2. Here we go.
Oof, guys. So sad, so tragic to hear of Charlie Kirk's murder yesterday. What a good human, so eloquent, so kind. Whether you agreed with him or not, like just trying.
He's a jackass, but, you know.
Trying to.
I wouldn't compare him to Hitler. He's just kind of a jackass.
Start conversations and bridge gaps, and it's just, this is beyond politics. This is just human sadness. I'm grieving today. I'm mourning with all of you guys, spending time in nature where I can make sense of this kind of stuff. I think for me, it's just, in some ways, beyond the sadness, just a reminder of how fleeting our time is on Earth, and that we can all just keep going, spend time with people we love, spend time in nature today, and appreciate the fact that while we're still here, we're probably all charged with doing the most good in the world that we possibly can. So, yeah, I'm sending love to you guys today. And
this is just attention seeking. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
I've always thought David Parkman was reasonable. He brought up gun reform in Charlie Kirk killing. You've changed my perspective somewhat.
David Pakman is a pencil neck beta male. Like, look, if somebody can't even do 10 push-ups, don't take them seriously when it comes to gun control. It's kind of a meme, and I know people, like, always joke about it, but everyone who is the skinny, weak fucking beta male or women, they always have the dumbest fucking takes on gun control. And it's just because they think like fucking, like, pussy-ass betas. They don't think in terms of personal responsibility. They don't think in terms of how they can project their own power. They don't think in terms of how they can affect their own destiny. They think in terms of, how can somebody do, like, the work for me? How can I create a system where I can just get the state to manipulate things so that, oh, they're responsible for my protection, and they can control other people so they don't do things that I don't like. It's just the way they think, and they think like fucking pussies. So, like again, especially these days, the idea of gun control has become completely and utterly obsolete with the advent of 3D printers. It's just pointless and stupid. Like, it's done. Gun control is completely and utterly ineffective at this point. So, everyone can get access to a firearm if they want to. So why would you create any substantial gun control measures that would prevent your average person from getting access to them? All you're doing is enabling criminals. So it's retarded. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Will Mage donated that Parker Kid was 30 to 40 feet from Charlie before he was shot. Even him and Dean Withers were sobbing for Kirk.
Everyone, Parker, get a job here. I'm at Utah Valley University. I was at a Charlie Kirk event trying to catch him off guard to debate him, and I was debating Trump supporters on the side, and I'm pretty sure there was a gunshot. I'm pretty sure because everyone started running away. I started running out. I got out of there immediately. Apparently, some people are saying Charlie got shot in the neck. What is going on right now?
Somebody actually released a video. So Charlie had body armor on. He had it looks like a steel plate carrier. I'm not going to play the whole clip, but you'll see. So the bullet impacted his chest, and then it bounced up and hit him in the neck. So, that usually doesn't happen. I don't know what type of fucking plate carrier he had, but, they're designed in a way to, like, absorb the impact of the bullet and prevent it from bouncing up and hitting you. So I don't know if he just had, like, a shitty plate carrier on, or if he just got really unlucky. But he actually got hit in the chest, and it bounced up and hit him in the neck. Really, really weird. He actually did take precautions to prevent getting shot, but he had body armor on. Like, you can see the plate carrier. But yeah, it bounced up, hit him in the neck. I'm not going to play the full clip because it's, like, graphic. You can end up seeing the bullet bounce up and hit him in the neck, but yeah, it's pretty weird.
I'm actually terrified. I'm still tired. What the fuck is going on?
Hey everyone, I just got word that Charlie Kirk is dead. I was at the event and I was 30 to 40 feet away and I heard the gunshot go off. And I was so terrified. Everyone started running. I honestly, I wasn't sure if it was a gunshot in the beginning, but I assumed and I thought.
I think it's weird when people react this way. Like, I'm not nearly as dramatic and sensitive. But, you know, whatever. At least he's not, like, some fucking dickhead. Let's see. Charlie Kirk smiling down from heaven.
Dude, I don't think he was wearing a plate carrier. I was told it bounced off his spine after going through his chest. Which seems less rare than a plate carrier's design being so shit it bounced off it into his neck. I don't know though.
Well, you can see it. You can see he had body armor. So, no, it looks like he had a plate carrier. It's also... He was also shot with a 30-06. Like, that's a very high-powered round, and it looks like the shooter used a Remington 700. This is probably a very bad drawing of Charlie. Never drawn... Yeah, this is going to be a pretty bad drawing.
Sup, Richard? Where is the hole in Charlie's shirt from the bullet's impact?
Well, a bullet is very small, and he was wearing a white shirt, which kind of makes it hard to see, so... And it's also not, like, the highest quality, you know, 4K or 8K kind of video. So, again, it looks like the plate carrier had the bullet bounce up into his neck. That's what it looks like anyway. So if the bullet hit his spine, bounced up, and then exited his neck, like, again, that seems kind of strange behavior from a 30-06. Like, if it just hit soft tissue, you'd expect it, even bone, you'd expect it to just go straight through. So, in all likelihood, it seems like the plate carrier... made the bullet bounce up, which is weird. Like, again, they're designed to prevent that from happening, but, you know, it can happen. Okay. There's Charlie Kirk smiling down from everyone in heaven. There's the drawing request. That's the best I could draw Charlie Kirk. It kind of looks like him. Dodo donated $3.
Charlie Kirk is shot and killed today. If you're gay, if you're a faggot, shame on you. You are a disgusting human being.
Again, when a right-winger shoots up a grocery store or tries to kill Democratic politicians, none of them take any ownership of it, but if a gay person or trans person does something, death to all fags. Like, these people are just disgusting. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. It's relieving to see that when people learn about Zoran Mamdani's policies, they don't support him anymore. Thought more people would support those policies. Also, VG, do you think Scientific Snitch smartened up at all? Because when you debated her, she was retarded and couldn't speak. No. No, not in the slightest. Not at all. Not one little bit. She made some post about helping, like, a pigeon or something. Let me see if I can find it. Oh no, yeah. She found a butterfly that I think was dying or dead, and she was talking about how, oh, I'm so sad for the butterfly. And then I sent her a message, you kill and eat animals, but you're sad about a butterfly? Maybe you should live in a way that aligns with your values. Never responded back to me. She was literally sad and made a post about how she felt bad about a butterfly, but she goes and eats meat. And again, like, I pointed out her hypocrisy, never responded back to me. Like, she's just a fucking disingenuous, lying, hypocritical coward.
I was wondering why Kirk instantly went unconscious, but if the bullet had an upward trajectory from bouncing off the plate carrier, then it probably went through neck into brain. What do you think? Because a neck shot alone ain't gonna cause instant lights out.
If you get shot in the neck, you're gonna pretty much go out immediately. Like, that hit his carotid artery. So if you sever the carotid artery, you're pretty much, like, out instantly because blood flow's, you know, gone from your brain. It may have also broken his spine, like, around his neck, so he would have been out pretty much instantly. Thanks for the donation, though, Gig.
Remda, that is the same guy who thinks men having mutable wives is okay.
You mean Mamdani? Like, he is Muslim. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Israel, going so far as to say that he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he were to ever visit New York City. So, of course, right-wing pundits and the Democratic establishment alike have declared him Satan and gone into absolute goddamn conniptions over his primary victory.
Great.
The New York Times wrote that he doesn't deserve a spot on the ballot. Donald Trump called him a 100% communist lunatic. Pretty wild when you get Trump and the New York Times to agree on something, don't you think? So today, we're going to look at some of the most unhinged reactions to Mamdani, because that just sounds like my idea of a good time. Let's start with Laura Loomer, who says Muslims destroyed New York City on 9/11, and a Muslim communist is about to destroy the entire city for eternity. You know what bothers me the most about such statements? It's not the repugnance or even the stupidity. It's the fact that after Mamdani serves as mayor and New York City still exists and hasn't been destroyed for eternity, no one's ever going to hold her accountable for that take. No one's ever going to say, you were wrong. She'll just continue spewing nonsense about whatever new topic has upset her by then. But she's not the only one taking the 9/11 tact or 9/11 tact. Charlie Kirk, my cousin, says 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,753 people on 9/11. Now, a Muslim...
How come you built muscle on your diet, but you're not at your peak strength? You said testosterone improved muscle tendon strength, so why are you worried about getting injured? It increases muscular strength faster than other connective tissue strength, so you need to make sure that you don't make really rapid weight jumps from session to session. So, you know, it's reasonable to add like, you know, 2.5 or 5 pounds per session, but if you're going to make like 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 pound jumps, which you can do if you're on steroids, you're likely to get injured. So you need to give more time for your connective tissue to catch up. And peak muscle mass is different than peak strength. So you can build muscle, but not have the neurological adaptations to produce peak force.
Socialist is on pace to run New York City. Here's why I reject this criticism. Ideology is complicated. Every sufficiently large ideology under the sun has been killed for at some point.
No, this guy we just watched.
This is some... Oh, that retard. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Every religion has had adherents who killed in its name. Every political ideology, every cultural movement, the same. It's very odd to me to lump Zorhan Mamdani in with the Islamists who perpetrated 9/11, when those hijackers were mainly from Saudi Arabia, where LGBT people are violently persecuted by the government. Zorhan Mamdani, by contrast, has been an ally to gay people. In Saudi Arabia, women are expected to wear the full abaya or risk punishment. Zorhan is married to this chick. He's pretty clearly an altogether different kind of Muslim than the ones who attack.
No, he's not. Dude, go to any Muslim country, even Saudi Arabia, there are whores everywhere.
The video was so insane, I can't get over it. He lost so much blood in 2 seconds, liters of it. The CNN medical expert said there was no way he could survive that shot when his death was unconfirmed. He wouldn't have lived if he was shot on an ER bed.
Well, yeah, that was obvious. When I saw that footage, I was confused why people didn't say he just died. Like, again, the bullet severed his carotid artery. So he was toast. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. I don't know why people have this fucking idea. Muslims live in an extremely patriarchal society. And, like, I mean, they're the biggest lecherous sleazebags on the fucking planet. Go to any Muslim majority country, whores everywhere, and even these Muslim extremists, they make money via sex trafficking. Hezbollah, when they invaded Syria, they kidnapped huge thousands of fucking women and then brought them back into Lebanon, and they literally keep them as slaves for sex trafficking. That's how they make a large amount of their money. So, like, TJ saying, oh, he's a different kind of Muslim because, like, his wife is hot and doesn't wear burqa, like, no. It's just, like, what do you expect from somebody who's living in a, like, modern Western society who's also trying to get into politics? Like, obviously, it's just not going to fly.
Attacked the country on 9/11, just like a Unitarian pastor is not the same sort of Christian as the guy.
Women always act like they're smarter than you. Like you're Homer Simpson retarded. I'll hear stories of divorced men losing it all financially and laugh with pity. Don't marry, most men are similar, sadly.
Well, yeah, getting married's fucking stupid, dude. It's kind of funny how women say men are stupid, but then they'll, like, say, oh, I can't make any money. I was married, so I couldn't work for some reason, and I'm a stupid woman. I'm helpless and dumb, and I need the man to take care of me. But yeah, men are stupid, right? But somehow we can figure out how to make money. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Dodo donated $2. Why are programmers likely to be suicidal? Because their jobs suck and they're massively overpressured. So yeah, when you're sitting at a desk all day doing some of the most monotonous work imaginable, and you're stressed as fuck and forced to code for hours and hours and hours, a lot of the time they can't even go home. They literally sleep at their desk. Yeah, you're gonna become suicidal. Let me see this.
Uh-oh.
I think that shit's funny. Fuck out of here. What the fuck is that shit?
I don't believe that.
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually.
Well, yeah. Roid issues, like, these people are fucking stupid. Like, yeah, these dumbass kids should be slapped. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bombing the abortion clinic. But let's move on to the reaction from the...
This dipshit Bass wants to debate you on that it is okay to kill and eat fish. I mean... I guess I could do that. I'll come back and actually prepare real arguments. Okay.
From the big orange bastard himself. It's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zoran Mamdani. That if it were posted by anyone but Trump himself, I would not bother to include it. So let's just quickly point some things out. Is he a communist? No. Not by...
He is a communist.
By any definition that isn't so watered down that it includes most of Western Europe. Democratic socialist.
He is not a democratic socialist. And we all know the game. Everyone who claims to be a democratic socialist is just a fucking communist.
Does he look terrible? No, he looks average. And by the way, I don't think you should be attacking people when you look like a Halloween pumpkin that got left out on the porch too long. Does he sound terrible? No, he sounds like an average dude. Talk about how insane it is.
Okay, whatever. He's amazing atheist, just stupid.
SoundCloud got deleted. Sky Valadez doesn't link to any real names. He's a trans bassist of the band. The singer of the band is named August Hegoas. Maybe born Leila. Again, I'm telling you, I'm so confused with all this. This is kind of stuff that you, when you go to the depths of the internet, this is what you find, and it's way beyond Forrest Gump's box of chocolate. You don't know what you're getting into. Her dad is Brandon Hegoas and works for Northman Gunthrop. Oh, interesting. I tried to submit a tip to FBI, but their website isn't letting me. They should interrogate her now. Her or him, I don't know.
Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my goodness.
Porcupine!
Yep, she's back.
You guys in Egypt. Picked clothes out of my dog's nose before. I never really seen, up close and personal.
Yeah.
What's up?
There we go.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Here you go. Oh my god, I have to show my... I don't show my...
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Can I get a picture of...
You can.
Oh.
Her name is Charmin.
Charmin?
Yep.
Don't squeeze the Charmin.
Yeah, we're gonna go pick out her favorite bone.
Oh my god, porcupines are adorable. Oh my god, I didn't know you could walk a porcupine. That's amazing. It's really weird. I didn't know they chew on bones. Yeah, that's weird. That's a really adorable porcupine. Women, let me see. The fuck is this shit?
Hey, I like your bike.
I'm sorry, what?
They said I like your bike.
Oh, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Do you have a girlfriend?
No, I do not. Why?
Oh, I was just wondering if I could get your number.
I don't really give out my number like that. Especially, I've never met you before. You got my Instagram?
I don't have Instagram.
You don't have Instagram?
No.
What, Snapchat?
I don't have that either. I don't really do the whole social media thing.
Ah, you're one of those girls.
I I guess.
I don't know. I just don't give out my number like that.
Why not? You not think I'm cute?
To be honest, I don't want to be mean, but you're not really my type, no?
Fuck you anyways. You're not my fucking type.
I can't believe I just got that on video.
Fuck you anyway.
Yeah. But men take rejection poorly. Poor pally children. Gaza City children ripping off Israel's notifications of evacuation, willing to die for world sympathy. Oh, okay. It's not like they weren't warned. Fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Dodo donated $2. Would you ever work as a programmer if you could make bank? I don't know if I could mentally handle it. It's just such horrendous, monotonous work. I'm just not really, like, my brain isn't really built for it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Guess I found more images showing Sky Valadez. The body and shoulder structure looks similar to what FBI Salt Lake City posted. Justice for Charlie. Also, Pinterest already took down Sky Valadez page Rainy Sky 021, which had transgender styling pics and military pics according to a Google image search. So many things. There are doubts as well. Do you really think this person, Sky Valadez, is capable of shooting someone in the neck from 200 meters? Well, why not? If you're in now, the track is from FBI.
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
The manhunt continues.
It was around 8 p.m. UK time last night when someone sent me the shocking news.
What are you going to wear for Halloween, Doomslayer? Probably nothing.
That Charlie Kirk had been shot during a debate at the University of Utah. Shortly after.
Dodo donated $2. Can you react 337? He asked about God. So funny.
Lens. So, what are your spiritual views?
I'm Jewish, and I would say I have like a fairly traditional view of the world that way.
So you're religious. You believe in God?
I'm not like a literal. I'm not like a literalist on the Bible, but I'm not someone who says like I'm culturally Jewish. Like if you ask me, I would just say I'm Jewish.
But do you believe in God? Like, do you believe that there is a force larger than people, created the earth, that set down a specific order for living, that there's an absolute morality attached that comes from that God?
I think probably like most other people, I'm somewhat confused on this, but I believe there is something bigger going on than, can be explained by physics, yes.
So you think the earth and the people were created by something? It wasn't just like a spontaneous accident?
Would I say that? It does not feel like a spontaneous accident, yeah. I don't think I have the answer. I don't think I know like exactly what happened, but I think there is a mystery beyond my comprehension here going on.
Have you ever felt communication from that force, or from any force beyond people, beyond the material?
No, not really.
I ask because it seems like the technology that you're creating or shepherding into existence will have more power than people. On this current trajectory, I mean, that will happen. Who knows what will actually happen, but like the graph suggests it. And so that would give you, more power than any living person. So I'm just wondering how you see that.
I used to worry about something like that much more. I think what will happen, I used to worry a lot about the concentration of power in one or a handful of people or companies because of AI.
Yeah.
What it looks like to me now, and again, this may evolve again over time, is that it'll be a huge up-leveling of people where everybody will be a lot more powerful, or everybody that embraces the technology will be a lot more powerful. But that's actually okay. That scares me much less than a small number of people getting a ton more power. if the kind of like ability of each of us just goes up a lot because we're using this technology and we're able to be more productive and more creative or discover new science, and it's a pretty broadly distributed thing, like billions of people are using it, that I can wrap my head around. That feels okay.
So you don't think this will result in a radical concentration in power?
It looks like not, but again, the trajectory could shift again and we'd have to adapt. I used to be very worried about that, and I think the kind of conception a lot of us in the field had about how this might go could have led to a world like that. But what's happening now is tons of people use ChatGPT and other chatbots, and they're all more capable. They're all kind of doing more. They're all, able to achieve more, start new businesses, come up with new knowledge, and that feels pretty good.
So if it's nothing more than a machine and just the product of its
That's Tucker Carlson. Thanks for the donation, Dylan.
I don't know if you know, but your Streamlabs link isn't pinned in chat. Also, there's a live FBI press conference within the hour. You want the link when it starts?
Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Yeah, I was not aware. Thanks for pointing that out. Jesus Christ, dude. That's annoying. Yeah, please. Give me the link when it starts. Thanks for the donation, retard. I was sitting down weird and I didn't realize.
After I witnessed the utterly horrific close-up footage of his murder as it did the rounds on social media, and I've been struggling to process what happened ever since. Let me be clear, the murder of Charlie Kirk is an attack on free speech, democracy, and the free exchange of ideas. For so long, the West has fought to maintain a culture where open debate and discussion in public is a cherished value, and those who wish to participate in it can feel safe to do so, including when they have ideas and values that subjectively offend others. We fought a war against fascism in the 20th century, and millions of people died as a result of defending these ideals. Now, our very academic institutions that are supposed to be safe havens for such a cherished freedom have become targets for violence and suppression of speech. Charlie Kirk openly wasn't vegan, and even debated a number of people on this, badly. But the celebration of his murder by deranged and hateful apologists for far-left fascism has created fertile breeding ground for a world in which people with controversial opinions, such as ours as animal rights activists, come under threat. To all the vegans listening to this who think it stops here, just remember, you are Charlie Kirk to millions of people. You are a person who challenges deep-rooted cultural values and holds a position that others find contentious and disagreeable. You are an activist, a cultural commentator, expressing your ideas in hope of a better world. Reaction to Charlie's death online has been mixed, but among the many hateful people cheering for Charlie's death are, unfortunately, a handful of...
I'll probably visit the UK eventually. I might end up going to the vegan camp out next year, maybe.
Of animal rights activists, people from my own community. It utterly pains me to see that anyone whose entire cause depends on persuasion, reason, political change, and open discourse would want to praise and attack on those very things. So the question is, in an environment like this, who's next? Joey Carbstrong? Tash Peterson? Earthling Ed? Maybe it's you. Furthermore, Charlie's murder sets a terrifying precedent for open discourse within our own movement. False and slanderous accusations of Nazism, fascism, and Hitler comparisons are rife within our movement to the many vegans who do not tick every box in the woke cult's checklist of quote-unquote acceptable opinions. And this is the very slander that resulted in Charlie's murder. We have to do something as a movement and as a society to put a stop to this utterly hateful, hysterical and unhinged rhetoric that has resulted in the murder of a man innocent of these accusations. Like those of us falsely accused of it inside the animal rights movement, Charlie was deeply opposed to fascism and was an advocate of free speech, a critic of anti-Semitism, and worked peacefully alongside people of all sexualities and races within his cause. The actual fascists have exposed their true colours in light of this violent and bloody murder. I've followed Charlie Kirk on social media for a number of years now because I love how he challenged the very thing that killed him, going out in public to espouse unpopular opinions and push a facts over feelings narrative. Nevertheless, I disagreed with Charlie on a whole number of issues. I'm a vegan, an anti-natalist, a supporter of gay marriage and adoption, a firm advocate of free healthcare, and a vocal critic of his religious views. But his death impacted me greatly because I understand and respect the importance of being able to have public discourse about these positions without fear of...
How many vegans and non-vegans have you piped?
One vegetarian, 2 non-vegans, 1 vegan. Thanks for the donation, Charlie Kirk.
violent reprisals to myself or others. Charlie died doing something that was very important to him and to me, defending his ideas on a public stage and encouraging open discussion. As officers continue to protect the crime scene, the haunting words are emblazoned across the gazebo in which his life was taken. Prove me wrong. Yesterday, someone decided not to engage in peaceful discussion and prove him wrong. Instead, they decided to violently rob him of his life in front of his own wife and children, before fleeing like a coward into the shadows. Charlie was murdered for nothing more than exercising his First Amendment right. The evil coward who robbed him of that has values incompatible with a free society, and they must face the full force of the law. So, as an animal rights activist, why is someone like Charlie Kirk's tragic murder so significant to me? Because despite our many differences, the lethal attack on Charlie Kirk was an attack on the very values I hold dear.
I'd fundamentally agree with that. Like, these politically motivated killings are not something that should be considered acceptable in society. Oh, with maybe the one exception being the, you know, the Luigi Mangione guy.
Ooh, show them 200 so they know they real. Here we go. It's been a minute. Huh? Shh.
I think dumbbells become kind of pointless once they get that heavy. Like, they're just so big and unwieldy.
So, obviously we would...
Oh yeah, the iDubbbz thing. Should probably watch that.
I don't know if this is your own theory or if it's just like implanted in your brain from all the other hate videos. There was never a bonus. I never spoke to these losers about a bonus. If you're gonna be a hater-ass bitch, take it the full way. By the way, the background is a work in progress, so you can just tune that out. Today, I'm going to be doing the thing that everyone tells you not to do, and that is feed the trolls. One of the more important things that I want to talk about is my relationship with Anissa. I love Anissa. I love everything about her. I've only grown to love her more with time.
She does not love you, buddy.
And a lot of...
Yeah, the breakup's happening soon.
People online don't see it that way. For me, it's very obvious. I thought more people would be able to catch on. I am quiet, stoic, not talkative. She is the opposite of that. She is loud.
iDubbbz is not stoic.
Very talkative, social. People struggle to understand that dynamic, I think, especially me being a person who has made a career of talking online. So yes, Anissa will oftentimes, like in many relationships, be the more talkative one. We've been together for nearly 10 years, and all of it has been online for the public to see, and there are still people accusing her of cheating, accusing me of being in an abusive relationship. None of this is true, and there is no evidence for any of this except, like, I guess, body language experts coming on and being like, iDubbbz is being stoic here, therefore he's in hell.
Okay, hang on. Watch the change there. Watch the change there.
I don't know what the fuck that was. I have never gotten.
Look at Ian in this moment. Oh my God.
Like, he looks sad. No, he is disgusted at her. He's depressed. He's so disgusted
Working
by this.
on.
He looks disgusted with this.
He looks so uncomfortable. He's like, should I be here? He looks so uncomfortable. Look at this guy's body language. He doesn't want to be there.
Look how miserable he looks. Dude, he looks miserable. Dude, he looks like he wants to kill himself.
I mean, I kind of want to kill myself now. Okay, so they're not a fan of the resting bitch face. All right, well, I'm not going to smile all the time, fellas. And even when I smile, you guys still, like, contort it into he's so uncomfortable or he's smiling through the pain.
It's a divorce, not a breakup. She is his wife, not his girlfriend.
Yeah, I can guarantee you the divorce is coming soon. She's going to be the one to break up with him. It's going to be pretty hilarious. She's going to come up with some, like, weird, stupid excuse, too. Like, she's going to say, he was, like, abusive in some way, even though he wasn't, and she was the one abusing and manipulating him. Just watch. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I'd have more respect for iDubbbz if he just opened this video with, I'm gay and I'm getting a divorce. And that's the end of the video.
Yeah, me too. She's gonna be the one to divorce, like, initiate the divorce. That's just how it works. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Pain.
Oh, he's so uncomfortable. He's smiling on his face, but inside his eyes, you can see his pain.
For some reason, well, not for some reason, for the reason of sexism and people's view on OnlyFans and them just not liking Anissa, they want to push forward a narrative that she is actively and continually cheating on me. And if you listen to freaks like this guy I'm about to show, it makes sense why. They are obsessed.
Anissa wants to have sex into having sex with Anissa. I think he wants to bang Anissa. Anissa was horny and wanted to have sex with this therapist. Well, Anissa figured herself to it.
Yep. Do you think that makes her pussy wet?
Buddy, was she getting plowed?
That's what I'm saying.
What we're describing here is two grown men who are fantasizing about a stranger and his wife and what they do in the bedroom or don't do in the bedroom. That is creepy weirdo shit.
And here we have iDubbbz with the bull, folks. There's iDubbbz with the bull.
He's using sexualized terms to describe a picture of me and my dog. And what are we doing? So many people will tell Anissa and I of just like, don't feed into the hate. And it's like, okay, we're going to post some normal stuff. Anissa posts just me with a picture of my dog, and this is the type of commentary we get about it.
iDubbbz with the bull. Gorgeous Gabe plowed her in the back room of the salon. 3-hour bukkake session with all of the male stylists.
If you're curious about the hairdresser these guys are talking about, I will point you to my disgraced boxing coach, Michael Briggs. For some reason, this stupid fucking loser and his dumb as rocks wife decided to go on the H3 podcast. They already spilled their guts. They were getting paid like $5,000 to go on this podcast.
I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got.
I think they were maybe afraid.
They didn't get paid $5,000 to go on the podcast. They got paid $5,000 by Ethan because he found out that you stiffed them out of $5,000 and he wanted to make up for it. Like, what a liar.
That they wouldn't get the money if they didn't thoroughly trash us. So them maybe thinking that they weren't trashing us hard enough, Michael Briggs decided to invoke the name of one of his presumably friends and say that Anissa was like thirsting after him.
She definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with him, because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. Yeah, even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it.
For whatever it's worth, every time Michael Briggs, my disgraced boxing coach, would reference Gabe, he would always refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe.
Why is he saying disgraced boxing coach? What makes him disgraced?
Couldn't help but refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe.
Like, buddy, if you do a poll on the internet, they like him more than you.
On the podcast.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe. He's a beautiful guy. Yeah, he's got tattoos, he's large, he's tan.
I don't call him that. My wife doesn't call him that. If you have some unresolved sexual tension or fantasies, whatever the fuck it is, you need to keep that shit to yourself and not project it onto other people. I wish the best of Gabe. Michael Briggs, on the other hand, absolute fucking creep weirdo. Now, I know a lot of this is very grotesque and obsessive. I would prefer if people didn't talk about me and my wife or other people in this way. I briefly want to talk about the concept of being a lolcow, because these fucking losers, they love the concept of like labeling someone a lolcow and then like bullying them and watching their life spiral out of control. They won't, you know, say as much. They'll just be like, yeah, we just do it for laughs. The whole thing's entertainment. It's just just an innocent guys just having a laugh. Thankfully, Anissa and I are in a much safer and privileged position than many other people who are the targets of guys like this who want to bully them into submission. So now I want to look at two different clips from these guys. There is the fat one and his cohort who are listening to Anissa describe, like, essentially having a hard time.
He just talked about bullying and then he fat shames somebody?
Time online, seeing people mock and make fun of her dad with Alzheimer's.
They were laughing at my dad for getting sick on some of these forums. Like,
What did you
really
think? What did you think about it? Because you shared it online?
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's what people are going to do because they want to get a reaction out of you.
Yeah.
I don't think they probably even really believe the stuff that they're saying, but
FBI will be making a live statement in about 10 or 15 minutes. More pictures have been released of shooter. Can watch live on this channel.
In 2020.
On the upper part, and slightly below that is...
Alright, I'll keep an eye on that. Thanks for the donation, gay faggot Palestine libs. What's your Insta? It's vegangains.real.
but they know because it's extreme and like edgy that it will cause you mentally spiral like this. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you. So guess what? They're going to keep doing it. This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be, but that's how it is.
The whole time, he's not saying that he is a perpetrator of bullying her. What he's saying is that other people are doing that. But he is doing it actively.
Oh boy, Richard, brace yourself. Unbearable woman cringe.
Niyosayama accuses iDubbbz' old boxing coach Mike of acting inappropriately towards you. Oh my god.
Gobble gerbil 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 gobble gerbil. VG likes bushy bussy.
Alright, thanks for the donation, JPEG booty hole. He wouldn't stop hugging me, kept trying to push him off, and he wouldn't. Made me feel really embarrassed. He kept hugging me, and I was trying to push him off, and I cried. Yeah. I'm sure. Like, oh my god, dude. This is just what women do. Like, all these, like, rape accusations you see, like, even shit like this, they might not escalate it to that level, but they just bullshit all the fucking time. Oh my god. As soon as they want to get back at somebody or, you know, whatever, like, they'll just lie and make up horseshit like this. Jesus, thanks for the donation, retard.
You cow, I wish iDubbbz really was gay, then he would not have such a horrible wife.
Yeah, he'd honestly be better off if he was gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In this video, he is bullying Anissa. And in other videos, he's literally bullied and made fun of her dad who has Alzheimer's.
With a late-stage dementia patient who is an extremist Muslim, and he sees his daughter covered in tattoos, married to iDubbbz the cuck, and he just freaks the f out. iDubbbz is having to take him on walks through the neighborhood, talk to this demented guy.
So this is something that he's very familiar with. But for some reason, in this moment, he refuses to take any ownership of the fact that he is part of the problem.
Like, that's what people are going to do because they want to get a reaction out of you. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you.
He doesn't want to admit it, and it makes you wonder why. And we get a little window into that at the end of the clip.
This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be, but that's how it is.
He says in this moment, it shouldn't be. Why the fuck do you think he says it shouldn't be? Could that be because it's wrong and it's a mean, evil thing to do? To acknowledge that someone is suffering and deciding that you are going to attack them online continuously for the thing that they are, you know, either insecure or struggling with? It's plain as day that he's part of the problem, but he fucking refuses, like a coward does, to take any responsibility for him being part of the problem. I don't think a lot of these commentary channels want to be held to a higher standard. I think they want to comment on the strategy of things, and they don't want to reveal too much of their own morals or principles. This next guy is the perfect example of what I'm describing. He is being very critical of me talking to a therapist. And by the way, that wasn't even a therapy session. I just happened to cry in that moment. And I was like, this might be able to communicate authenticity, so I'll include it.
And then Ian goes on a podcast with a therapist and gets extremely real with him, which is a profoundly stupid idea. Like eating with your mouth full on camera. He of all people should know better than to go on a therapist's podcast and vent about his very real problems on a public forum like that, because people will use that information against him, like this.
The same person live streamed his own therapy session where he actually cried.
If you're gonna be a hater-ass bitch, take it the full way. Take responsibility for having the opinion that crying online is pathetic and weak. Don't say, I am the enlightened centrist.
He didn't say that. He said it's stupid. You're just going to have more people who have a better capability of pushing your buttons and taking advantage of you. Oh my god. Why is he even doing this at this point? Like, why don't you just make comedy videos or something, dude?
And other people are going to make fun of you for that.
Because people will use that information against him.
People will use the information against me. Who's people? I'm pretty sure you're people. You're the one who's playing this fucking clip. You're the one who's making this video called the most toxic wife. I don't know why these fucking pussies don't accept the full troll mask. They're acting as if being sincere is impossible to do online. It's not impossible. It's difficult in the situation that Anissa and I are in, but we're making that choice intentionally. So you making this bold claim that we are like unaware what happens when Anissa talks about her dad who has Alzheimer's or me crying, like we're very aware that that is going to be viewed as gay and be made fun of by people like you. And now I'm going to react to a couple of these random creators who have made videos or statements about Anissa and I, just to give you a taste of what an average is. And additionally, like in making some of those videos, it just attracts a certain type of person where they're like, I'm going to list off a bunch of people I consider lol cows or people who are mentally like disabled. And I'm going to tell you to make fucking documentaries about them. And then in that case, like, I'm not fucking doing that. You're seeing that happen right now with World of T-shirts. There's a lot of people who think they're like doing it responsibly or respectfully. And it's just hell. It's just like, what the f is any of this shit?
Bro, what is going on? Anissa legitimately convinced him his entire being as a person is bad.
Did I once say my entire being is bad? You're allowed to be critical of yourself and the content you're making. You would benefit from being a little critical of the content you're making. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, actually comment on what I was talking about. Do you agree or disagree with the statement that you should be making videos and documentaries about people who are mentally disabled because you are encouraged by your fan base to do so? Do you agree with that? Maybe engage with the...
I followed you. Look at my vegan cats. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh my god. Oh Jesus, that's so good. This fuzzy guy is very orange. Those are very good cats.
The prompt.
And fellas, and even fellettes, all right? Never, just listen up, all right? Never let your partner actually change you this much. Never let them convince you that you are so bad as a person, like everything you do, the way you act, everything you believe is bad, and you must agree to their way of life, everything they do.
Why do you think that she thinks everything I do is bad? I'm like, man, these people have fucking drank the Kool-Aid to a disgusting degree.
Obviously, if there's legitimate criticism taken into account or whatever, but this is legitimately tragic. He cannot be proud of a single thing he's ever done in his entire life. He just feels guilty about all of it because of Anissa.
Dude, I'm proud of plenty of things. I'm not just going to go on stream and declare it. Like, what do you, like, it's so boring. Like, I don't want to talk about how proud I am of making the Airsoft Fatty documentary. Like, do you guys really need me to fucking bloviate about how I really enjoyed following the narrative structure of a fatty battling with his friends in Battle Creek?
It was my opinion that some of your content in the past was actually good before. It was actually logical. You made some good points. You don't need to feel so bad about every single thing. You know, maybe you did some bad shit. You said some slurs. That shit was bad, whatever.
Dude.
If Ansa was really such a loving wife, she would not be taking advantage of her husband. Let's just hope they are not having sex. We do not need these kinds of people procreating.
I can guarantee you they're in a sexless marriage. Anissa has absolutely no respect for iDubbbz and doesn't find him attractive. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Dude, I know. I just, this is so frustrating. I just want to say, like, a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about are going to be upsetting or they're going to be a downer to you because that's interesting. I don't know if it's because I have a higher threshold. It kind of feels like I do, right? A lot of the things that these commentators are commenting on is they're saying like, oh my gosh, that would crush me basically if my wife described me in that way or said that about me. And it's like, okay, it would hurt you. You're feeling bad through me. You think that I'm feeling those same feelings that you're feeling. I'm not.
Of like good shit to your content as well. You're legitimately, fighting against like evil people and shit like that.
because I'm sensing this guy as being his own version of sincere, because I honestly think, I don't know how old this guy is, but I'm going to say a teenager, a teenage commentary YouTuber, I'm going to say that their version of sincere is going to look very different than mine. I'll take what I can get right now from this guy. When I'm giving my actual authentic take about something, you don't need to put the blame on my wife. You don't need to say that she's controlling me. This is very off base. People who are in relationships, they communicate, they talk. This is just the reality of getting in a relationship and becoming more enmeshed. Like, it happens. You know, if we eventually have a kid together, like, it's very important that we're on the same page and that we communicate. I know it might feel like you have some...
They ain't having... The only way they're going to have kids is if Anissa is going to deliberately try to get pregnant right before the breakup so that she can get as much money from him as possible.
Outsider insight, but it is just very wrong. I feel very free to speak my truth. Yeah, I agree, Bri.
Do you want to know why this shit makes me so mad? Because there was a point in time back in OnlyFans season 1 where I was like, dude, iDubbbz is the fucking man. Such a chill guy. So down to earth. Loved meeting him in real life. Loved playing games with him. This guy was the fucking man.
I think Tectone is remembering this in a kind of a weird way. It seems like he's very nostalgic and happy about it. He's being very over the top of how epic I was. But by this time, everyone had like decided that Anissa controls my life and that I'm a beta male soy cuckboy. So it actually is very funny that he's coming out now saying like, man, he was the man just 2 years ago. It's like, dude, the fucking cat was out of the bag 2 years ago. Also, it's weird because I didn't play games with him other than we were in the same guild. I don't know. I think he's just trying to add on to this narrative that the internet likes of, man, he used to be so awesome. He was so cool. And then he fucking got corrupted by that fucking bitch.
This is just yet another tale of how men should never get married.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He was one of my favorite content creators of all time. And to see that this is what he became. I mean, this guy inspired me to do content. Like, my breakdowns on people's entire character was inspired by iDubbbz. And it's so lame. Like, to see what one woman's pussy and Hassan can do to a motherfucker is insane to me. And if he just would have remained true to himself, he wouldn't have ended up this husk of a man he is today, and probably would have way more viewers and wouldn't having to be making content that he hates for money. It's just...
This is such fucking cope, man. Like, hearing Tectone say it, it's just like, it's reminding me how many times I've heard this fucking script. These people can...
Dude, like, Anissa put him up to this horse shit. Like, this isn't his idea.
Not fathom that the based epic N-word guy has changed his mind over time. It's got to be a woman's pussy or Hassan. I think if they accept that I came to that decision on my own, they have to reckon with some demons of their own. Like, it's hard to accept the fact that I've taken this journey, and it's not one I regret. It's actually one that I've felt better after doing.
And Tectone is right. This guy is such a disappointment. Like, iDubbbz calling people incels when the first woman he met literally destroyed, like, took over his life and destroyed him, dude.
I don't know if this is your own theory or if it's just, like, implanted in your brain from all the other hate videos.
Most women will cheat on you eventually, especially if they are good looking. I have a vasectomy so can never be baby trapped. Once they have you trapped through kids or marriage, their mask slips. Never date women with tattoo sleeves too.
I think it kind of depends on what type of tattoos they have. I think cheating is about the same between men and women outside of a marriage. Men are more likely to cheat the older they get within a marriage. And yeah, I've got a vasectomy too. Plus I'm on steroids, so that's going to lower my fertility even more. So if I end up completely nuking my sperm production, I'm totally fine with that. But yeah, don't ever get married. That's just stupid. And I mean, unless you really, really want kids, you should know what you're getting into. Like, it's just such a liability. You know, I think, I always remember the quote from Conan. You cannot trust men nor women, no beasts. You can only trust in steel. And it's true. People are just unreliable. And you can only, like, trust in your own strength. So, you know, why put yourself in a situation where you have to rely on someone else? We're all gonna die. Life is pointless. So, you know, this idea that you need to have kids and a family and pass on to the next generation, somebody else can do that for you, you know. I don't see the point. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
But Anissa is not the first person or not the first woman I've met. I've met plenty of other women. She's certainly not the first woman I've dated. and certainly not the first woman I've had.
Yeah, if you take steroids, you can still conceive. You're very likely going to have to come off, though.
Sex with. But I will admit that she's the first woman I married. Also, there are a lot of grown men out there who were outraged to find out that I changed my last name from Washburn to Jama when I married Anissa.
Who took his wife's last name, taking Anissa's last name, taking your wife's last name.
He's taken her last name.
His last name?
By the way, when you get married, you do not have to change your name. That is not a legal requirement. So it's really weird that he decided to do that, period. Like, what would be the point? It seems like some weird power move from Anissa to get him to do that.
Last name, the story. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's so many. I forgot.
I think some of these people think I'm trying to push a woke agenda or some shit, but I don't give a fuck what anyone does with their own last names. This is what I chose to do because I like her last name better. When my rancid boxing coach and his wife decided to go on the H3 podcast as like this mutual exchange of talking shit about Anissa and I in exchange for $5,000, that was sort of under the premise.
Where do you get your blood work done in Ontario? There's a lot of different labs. There's things like Life Labs. I've used that before. Just find the nearest lab near you.
Then why do these stain nut jobs act like it's an obligation to have children when you get married?
Well, you just answered your own question, because they're Christian nut jobs. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Yes, that I...
Are they,
Church in Phoenix that just took the casket in, and we saw that play out about 30 minutes ago.
Kirk.
Okay.
He owed them some sort of bonus money.
Yeah, I mean, like we were also promised a bonus on CC1 and we never got it. But because Michael was so nice, he didn't want to like make Ian feel uncomfortable and ask Ian and Nisa about it.
And I was always under the assumption that there was no bonus because even though he told me there was a bonus, he then disappeared for 6 months and I never saw him. So I was like, was there a bonus or was there not a bonus?
There was never a bonus. I never spoke to these losers about a bonus. I was paying these people an hourly rate to do the job that I asked for them to do, and they got paid. This fucking loser with the beard got paid $32.
Again, they have zero credibility.
$1,000 for training an influencer to box, and she got paid $9,000 to film some of it. They conveniently never talked to either one of us about it.
You confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to?
No, I just let
I'm the same.
They conveniently don't have any text messages or emails or contracts that have anything to do with bonus money because that conversation didn't happen. They are lying to Ethan and his crew, and they're lying to the audience.
How is it that we put on this great event? We raised $1.3 million for charity, and he promised us a bonus. And then right after the event, he just kind of pretend like he's too busy to check in with us.
Too busy to check in with you? I don't need to fucking check in with you. You're not my parents. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You weren't promised a bonus. I was doing my own shit. Why the fuck would I want to spend my time with you when I'm filming a show with Dax Flame? You guys are fucking losers.
You confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to?
No, I just let
I'm the same.
If it was promised to you, if this imaginary bonus was promised to you, that should give you a lot of confidence to at least say, bonus? That's potentially a lot of money for you, you know, in this fictional scenario where you were promised a bonus. Surely it makes sense to at least inquire if it was promised to you, right? Because I've been consistently paying you day after day for all the work you were doing. So if I never missed a payment for you and your wife and a bonus was promised at some point, then don't you think it would be pretty fucking obvious and apparent that you should text me, hey, what about...
Dodo, Donate Chiller, scroll down to see Destiny's take on the murder. Can you read it and then go debate him in his Discord right now? Where is it? Trans people too mentally ill to be effective soldiers, so banned from the military. Also trans people master assassins. Where's the... This is what Kirk was tweeting out hours after the assassination of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband before we knew the shooter was right wing. Give me a fucking break. Someone call me when conservatives are ready to tone down the rhetoric. People believe the first Trump shooter was a professional, even though he shot several times and missed horribly. And now they're saying second shooter was professional because he hit and killed in one shot. Everything's a conspiracy, yeah. What's his, Charlie Kirk calls for his audience to post bail for Pelosi attacker. Whoa. Dude. Okay, like, that's crazy. When you're doing shit like that, it's almost as if, like, karma caught up with him. So, like, has he, So, like, what post do you want me to, like, look at? I don't know. Seems like he's just pointing out the hypocrisy on the right wing. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Jack Donatillers, is there any white-collar career you could see yourself enjoying? No. Professional race car driver, I would probably enjoy. Maybe like MMA fighting, even though I don't want to get head injuries and get CTE. Actor, like movie star, something like that. But like yeah, lifeguard isn't, well, lifeguard isn't, doesn't make enough money. I could see myself enjoying being a police officer or a firefighter, but yeah, as far as white-collar jobs, I don't think so. Thanks for the donation, though, Jack.
Matt Walsh also has stuff to say about the murder as well.
We will not have...
I'm sure he does.
They kind of...
We'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Destiny's position is he is not going to cry or condemn the murder until Trump admits some responsibility for the inflammatory state of political discourse and that he is partially responsible for the trend of political violence.
I would say that's fair. If that's his position, I don't really have anything to debate him on. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Yeah, I could see myself being a paramedic. Do you need a doctor's referral to get blood work done at Life Labs? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do. Pretty sure that's how it works in Canada. I signed up to a service where I can just talk to a doctor at any time and just message them. It's $1 a day or $365 for the year. So that just makes it a lot more simple than setting up an appointment with a family doctor or going into a walk-in clinic.
I talked about what they normally encounter, and they...
What's your sleep schedule like? Fine. I usually go to bed between like 12, 2 a.m., wake up at around 9.
What they deal with typically are people heckling him, yelling at him, maybe throwing a water bottle.
Where we're at right now in the manhunt. And again, we will be bringing that all to you right here on. I also do want to show you the latest update that we received will be live.
For the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day.
Those were conservative within this world. Earlier today, We're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us here.
Put the for facts and for 24 hours that way.
So they're still not doing it yet.
Oh, that bonus. Of course. But there was no bonus. Because you're fucking lying. Like, fuck these crooked people. They came on this podcast. They used this bonus thing as some sort of like weird exchange of like, yeah, we can't go on the podcast and just talk blatant shit about our clients. So what we're instead going to do is pretend like we were stiffed by our clients after they promised us a windfall of cash. There's so many other truthful things that they could have focused on the podcast that would have made me look like a bitch to a certain, sector of the internet. One of those things being me crying after a tough sparring session. Like, that's truthful.
Did you say he cried?
Oh, we had to have a meeting.
Yeah. So after that, so he was crying at the gym.
It's okay to cry, but it's not okay for him to cry. Now, to the crew of the H3 podcast, I have something important to say. I think you are all pieces of shit. All right, everyone, that is going to do it for this episode of iDubbbz Complains. If you want to hear me complaining live,
so this is really telling. He didn't address any of the other accusations, like ghosting them when they're asking him to support a bill that would ban child marriage. Like, wow. This guy is fucking pathetic, dude. And we know Anissa put him up to this. Because Anissa started making accusations online that this guy, like, touched her inappropriately. So, wow, what a coincidence. Then iDubbbz makes a fucking video. Yeah, so Anissa put him up to this. Retard donate tellers, just mute this feed, put this up on your other screen till they start. They're late. Alright, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
I have a normal show today. I want to talk to you about what has happened over the past 24 hours. I have a lot to say, and I also don't know what to say at the same time. I'm devastated, heartbroken, and very, very angry. And I'll try to talk through some of that today. There's a lot of news breaking about this shooting and the hunt for the assassin. As I record this, most of the reports that are coming in are unconfirmed. So,
yeah, they're Ontario doctors.
I'm not going to comment on any of those specifics until the details are confirmed. But for now, I just want to talk about Charlie and who he was, the legacy that he leaves behind, and a little bit about where we go from here. Now, last time I saw my friend Charlie Kirk in person was when I appeared with him on stage at the TPUSA Pastor Summit back in the spring. And I spoke with him backstage beforehand and told him, as I had several times before, that I was incredibly impressed by this institution and this movement that he built. But he wasn't interested in listening to me compliment him. He deflected, as always, and started talking, asking me about myself and saying nice and encouraging things. A few months before that, in the wake of...
The service I use is Your Doctors Online. Again, it's a paid service, but 24-hour online doctors ready to help you when you're sick, and you have access to 24/7 medical doctor. You can have doctor's notes, prescriptions, refills, lab requisitions, mental health counseling, nutrition counseling, specialist referral, annual checkups, dermatology care. And it's $365 for the year or $1 a day. So if you're on steroids, like it's a pain in the ass scheduling an appointment with a family doctor. It's kind of stupid. So I'd recommend using that if you're in Ontario.
Trump's victory, Charlie made a point of posting something on X to give me partial credit for helping Trump win. And it was one of the very few times that I disagreed with something that Charlie said.
I think you can use that service anywhere in Canada, but I'm in Ontario.
The truth is that he was the primary reason why Trump won. It was his organizing and advocacy and activism and mobilization.
I'm not chewing gum. These are nicotine lozenges.
That helped to turn the tide. And yet he wanted to give the credit to other people, even people who didn't deserve it. And that's the kind of guy that Charlie was. A very rare type in the world today, even rarer in this business. So it may seem like a small thing, but Charlie's desire to give other people credit, to point to and praise and lift up other people rather than himself is one of the most profound testaments to his character. Charlie was a truly great man, great in personal virtue, great in achievement, great in his talents. He was a builder, he was an organizer, he was a fighter, which is a rare combination in this movement. You got a bunch of big personalities who can inform, entertain, hold your attention on stage or in front of a camera. And then you have the organizers who know how to orchestrate and build and harness those personalities and point them in the right direction. Charlie was one of the only guys I ever knew who was truly great in both areas. He was a one-of-a-kind talent. Everyone who knew him, and so many who did not know him personally, could tell that he was destined to be the president of the United States one day. I would have been proud to vote for him. Tens of millions of Americans felt the same way. Charlie was brave. He would go anywhere, talk to anyone. He would debate anyone in any environment. He trusted in his own vast rhetorical skill, and in the rightness of his ideas, and most of all, as a man of deep faith, he trusted in the Lord. I don't know if he had Isaiah 41:10 written as a mantra in his house somewhere, but it certainly seemed to be written on his heart, at least. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. He knew that the Lord was with him, protecting him, guiding his thoughts and his words, which is really the only way to explain Charlie's nearly supernatural ability to win every debate he ever had with anyone. God had called him to this moment and blessed him as he rose to it again and again. Charlie was a patriot. He loved America. He fought for her every day. He died for her. His central ambition was not for his own personal advancement, but for the well-being and flourishing of this country. For Charlie, Make America Great Again, that was not just a slogan on a hat. It was his mission. It was his great project. And he did more to complete that mission than you could ever expect one man to do. Most importantly of all, of course, Charlie was a husband and a father. He loved his family dearly.
Okay, so just some gay glazing. Erin Janus has another video.
The Bible can take
I don't know if we've seen that short.
My mother, who abused me as a child, my father, who abused me as a child really badly, and Dennis Akirekli, who has been tormenting me and abusing me for 4 years. They walk free and have a nice day, while they try to tell me that I need to go to the psych ward because I want to leave Dennis, because Dennis has been abusing me for 4 years. And then they try to put people that I love in jail. Okay, they are bad people. They don't know what's best for me. They don't even know what's best for themselves. I'm in so much pain today because Denise and Dennis have been ruining my life. My father, Hank, has ruined my life a lot as well, but I let them because I kept forgiving them and letting them back into my life. And they criminally harass me. And Dennis intimidates me with threats of killing me, threats of force medicating me, threats of sexual violence, threats of pushing me into homelessness. I'm not going to take it anymore. My mother, who abused me as a child.
I think she's like making a lot of this up deliberately. It's not just crazy.
You know, I kind of like that I don't look good. Like, I kind of like that I have no makeup on. And I like that it's just webcam audio. How about getting off of these standards? I got it. How about stopping eating when
I haven't been diagnosed with ADHD, but I might have it. So I guess since you're paying, getting a referral for blood work is easy compared to my boomer male doctor who thinks it's a waste. The first time I asked for blood work, it was very easy. They just gave it to me. I'm gonna do it again at the end of this month. I don't want to ask too frequently. But I'll see if they just mention you're on steroids and you want to have regular checkups, and they'll probably just give it to you at least every like 3 months. I don't see why they wouldn't. And I'm sure you can just keep asking too and ask to talk to another doctor, but it's kind of stupid and irresponsible for them to deny you, especially since you're paying for the service. Dodo, donate $2. Can we watch Mophead's take on the murder? Before you click the link, guess what it'll be about? Black Lives Matter or some shit?
Wow, 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 would you look at that? The man who claims that all the black people who look like me have blocks are thugs and account for most of the violent crimes in America was killed by who? Not me, not someone that looks like me, your friendly neighbor Bill from across
What a dumbass.
the street.
Yeah, that is not the shooter.
He waves his 2024 Trump flag and American flag outside of his front lawn, and he waters his grass, and he waves to you when you go to work every morning. Yes, Bill. That's who...
That is not the shooter.
...murdered the racist that's going viral.
When did he post this? Yeah, that's not the shooter. 4 hours ago. Bro, this guy is an idiot. What a fucking moron. Wow, 4 hours ago.
Right now. How ironic. It was...
Jeez, what a stupid, stupid person. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Holy crap, even Brian has a take on this murder.
Thank you very much for joining me. I want to say a few words regarding the terrible murder yesterday of Charlie Kirk, someone who I strongly disagreed with on almost every issue, but who was clearly a very smart and effective communicator and organizer, and someone unafraid to get out into the world and engage the public. My condolences go out to his wife and his family. A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view? That's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours. That's great. Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without fear. Freedom and democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue. Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force.
That's not necessarily always a bad thing. Like, I don't think anybody would have had a problem with, assassinating Hitler. Fresno Donatillers, hey dude, so as you may have heard, yes, the suspect is being identified. Apparently there were some other videos where they pulled up 2 transgender people and stated it was the suspect, and another guy boasting about the incident on Twitter. Thoughts? Well, again, who cares? Like, eventually they're gonna catch the suspect, and then, we can figure out what's actually going on from there. But I wouldn't take anything online too seriously because they're all just suspects. Thanks for the donation, though, Fresno.
Every American, no matter what one's political point of view may be, must condemn all forms of political violence and all forms of intimidation. We must welcome and respect dissent.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we get it. Oh, crap.
The video evidence that we utilized to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs I mentioned. These have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you'll go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again the t-shirt, blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse
I don't watch
shoes
sports.
as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public.
Reminder, millions of children in Palestine are being murdered in the genocide while Zionists are mourning a racist man who thinks that defending the Second Amendment is worth having children murdered in their schools. Wait for him to die for what he stood for.
No one cares.
Tonight, we've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, just give you a little warning, we will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as
Gobble gerbil 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 gobble. Richard, do you watch sports?
No, they're gay. Thanks for the donation, Troll Midget.
Hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We are going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI, that's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
I think what he meant to say is, if you have any tips, please visit URL. Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That's why I'm saying, shoot the green, we don't care about sense to us.
So that was it?
I don't know. That's what he was saying. I'm just relaying them. Well, I know. I was trying to zoom in on the video, but I want to make sure, because they're streaming on digital. I want to make sure it looks nice. Are they streaming on digital? The desk, I would assume it's.
Yeah, so that was it. Yeah, that's shit we all already knew. Alright then.
How about that? I don't know.
parents who abused me as a child and lost custody of me as a child.
There we go. Okay, I thought this was just gonna be singing.
Told me that I need to stay with them. He called 9. I tried to leave. I just tried to leave, get a new job, get a new boyfriend, work on my music, go to music studios because I don't want to use this place as a music studio when I'm being sexually harassed in here. And they called 911. He called 911 on me, reported me as a missing person because I didn't come home at 10 p.m. I'm 30 years old. You know, it's called sex trafficking. Trying to force me into a relationship for sex that I always said I don't like. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I do not like sex with Dennis, but he forced it on me. And then he forced my parents to try to force it on me. My parents have no business forcing sex on me with a man that I don't like. It's called human trafficking. But my mom wanted a $20,000 neck lift from him next after the free $10,000 rhinoplasty she got from him because she's usually got $5 in her bank. And my dad thought he was going to live in this mansion for free. So they had financial incentive to sex traffic me. It's called human trafficking. Put me in the hospital against my will twice and telling me to get back into bed with him. Then he's calling me and telling me that he loves me and that he never raped me. He raped me more than 2 dozen times. Like, stop, ouch, 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 it hurts. You know, you can see me with my makeup all pretty and shit in the future. I don't want to look good right now. I fucking hate these people. And I told Dennis for 2 years, I fucking hate you. Like, I don't want to have sex with you. Please leave me alone. He would never give me a break. He'd never leave me alone. He'd leave me alone for 3 days, and then it would be back sexually harassing me. And he would think that me laying in the bed, in my own bed that I bought before I ever met him, is an invitation to insert his penis in me when I say stop. He's a fucking rapist. And, you know, and then every time he denies it, it hurts me because it scares me because he stayed with me in the emergency room when I was having an infection and I wanted him to leave, and he wouldn't leave. He was breathing his dirty breath in my face. I posted a picture of him. He was breathing his dirty, nasty, stinky breath in my face, telling me that he's not going to leave and that he's going to get me medicated. You know, I'm not supposed to be medicated under his directive and supervision when he's my ex and my rapist. And he lied to triage at the Juravinsky on Concession Street and told them, hi, I'm a doctor, Dennis directly. I'm Erin's partner. He was my ex. Do you know how scary that is to be told that I'm not allowed to leave and that he's going to medicate me till I believe we're soulmates? Do you know how many recordings I have of him admitting this? Do you know how many times I screamed and cried at the top of my fucking lungs to leave me alone?
Kid Voodoo Tellers, do you think it's possible the guy who shot Charlie might never get caught? Nah, he's getting caught. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
And he would never stop sexually harassing me. Dennis belongs in jail for at least 3 years for what he did to me for 4 fucking years. Intimidating me, sexually harassing. You know, nobody cares, right? Nobody really cares. You just want to hear the music. All right, let's start from the top. How about getting... And then I go to the hospital, and the hospital doesn't even fucking give me any resources. All they know how to do is give me antipsychotics, and give me a fucking...
I love how the dog and the fucking background is like, oh shit, she's acting crazy again. I'll just leave.
Chicken salad sandwich. Like, that's not... Our healthcare system is shit, you know? And my cousin tried to steal my dog and told my mom that I need help, and so she pressured me to get put in the hospital against my will. They don't care that I got raped. You know how many thousands of dollars I helped my cousin with? And then when I'm in crisis, she just tries to steal my dog. Haley is a piece of fucking shit, man. A piece of shit. And I'm suing her for $6,000. She doesn't have any money. How about getting off? I sound like shit now, you know? My therapist didn't answer the phone today, but she charged me full price the other day for missing my appointment, but she won't call me when I miss my appointment. You know, it's just, you guys are, like, who didn't disappoint me? Who didn't disappoint me? Who was always there for me when I needed him almost all the time? Ron Junkyard Holt from Washington, who mentored Lane Staley of Alice in Chains, he was there for me. And who was there for...
Well, Richie, you would know a thing or two about rape. Seeing as how you've admitted to it on stream like 3 times like a moron. So no wonder this video makes you uncomfortable. Chasman sex.
him at his last days. Nobody. They all left him to die in shit. And his brother had me sending him money for rent and then fucking deleted his Facebook even though I was in Ron's life insurance policy. Like, you know, it's just, and Ron wanted, you know, it's just like all you guys fucking lie, cheat, fucking steal, and fucking project and don't go to therapy and you don't get help, so then you project all your problems onto other people. Like, I've been kind and generous to people who didn't deserve it. And I saved Dennis from suicide, allegedly. And what do I get? The thanks I get for that is I get trapped with them, or I'm not allowed to leave. And every time I try to leave, I'm punished sexually, financially, physically, mentally. You know, I ran my second 10K race ever in my life, and he told me I was a loser. He knows that my dad used to call me a loser. You know, Dennis and my dad and my mom are the same. They're fucking wicked. They're fucking wicked, fucking sick, empty void narcissists. And I try to leave, and I'm not allowed to leave. And then I want to stay, and I'm told to leave. Like, it's the opposite. You know, it's always the opposite. What the fuck, man? You know, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Everything. A lot. What isn't wrong with them? I don't know. Dennis is generous. No, he's not generous. I was the one who was generous, getting him a bell to ring when he needed a hug so they didn't fucking commit suicide, putting his mental health issues on me at age 26, chasing me around his fucking house telling me he's gonna eat my liver, threatening now to fucking have my YouTube channel removed if I post shit. Okay, good. You want to get my fucking YouTube channel removed? Try. Go ahead. I'll just fucking make a new one, I guess. Like, I fucking hate these people. Yeah, I missed my therapy appointment, so when I miss it, it's $90 even if I don't if I'm in crisis. And then when she bails on me, I talk for 9 minutes to a camera.
I thought they would take questions. Really gay that they didn't. You know, Charlie really was indispensable for the Republicans. They've never had a better organizer. They will have a really hard time compensating for their loss electorally.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't take questions. Kind of strange. Well, yeah, it seems like the thing about the bullet casings being engraved is bullshit. I guess we'll find out. Like, who knows? The person may not even be trans, and it's all just, you know, crap. The person, like, the current suspect doesn't look trans. So, we'll find out soon enough. They're definitely gonna catch the guy. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo donated $2. Do you think getting a separate flat bench if you have an adjustable bench is worth it? Kind of depends. For me, because I'm like a wider person, having the separate flat bench, like the Thompson Fat Pad, that was really important for me. Because I kept getting shoulder issues with the narrower bench, and it was also just harder to set up properly on the bench because it was so narrow. So it sort of depends. If you're a smaller person and you're pretty happy with the adjustable bench and you can like set up the bench easily and safely, then I wouldn't bother. But if you're a bigger, wider person and you need a more supportive bench, then you might want to get a separate flat bench. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Hope that helps.
Instead, and I never upload it. I never do. I always am threatened if I ever upload it. You know, Janus threatened to dismember my friend. I showed that to the police, but they say I'm mentally ill and I'm delusional.
So she, like, this is a new accusation. So I get the sense that this isn't just crazy delusions and she's just deliberately making shit up because she thinks if she makes up these lies, she'll get something out of it.
Delusional. Okay, well, one day when I get my shit together, they're gonna go to fucking jail for like 3 to 4 years. I've been in jail, metaphorically speaking, my whole fucking life from being abused by my parents and being abused by Dennis since I was 26. You know, I can keep talking shit. What are you gonna do?
Let's take a muscle mommy break. This chick's quads are fucking crazy. She's also got a nice big bum for an Asian chick. How many Asian girls do you see with an ass like that? Yeah, dude, her quads are fucking hot. I'm Myron. Yeah, dude, I want quads like that. God damn. Like Chun-Li. Yeah, she's literally got the Chun-Li quads. Shit. Shit. That is a great, fantastic rear end. Wish there were more vegan chicks like this that would take steroids. Those quads are just fucking crazy. I like her bum. She has really good calves, too. I started training my calves every other day now, so I think I'll fix the natty calf problem. Fucking hell, dude. Wonder what her leg routine looks like. Yeah, dude, that is nuts how her quads look.
Svaria reacts to Andrew Tate's latest video. Can we react? Also, if we're on Muscle Mommies now, you should look up that powerlifter chick Sophia Strength on Instagram. She has really nice titties that bounces when she deadlifts.
Okay, I'll be sure to do that. She's got a great ass for an Asian chick, man. Dude, her glutes go down so low. It's nuts. Shit. Shit. She got a nice bum. Sophia Strength.
I wanna gobble gerbil 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 her ass up. Goddamn.
Me too. Yeah, I've seen her. She's okay. Not great. She's okay.
Watching Fuentes right now, and he's starting off by expressing sorrow and also saying he's going to step up and take politics more seriously in Charlie's name. I guarantee you Fuentes is going to try and moderate and assume his throne as poster boy.
I mean, he's already been doing that. Did he react to it on his... Yeah, I'm assuming it's his other channel.
Hey, what?
This is probably going to be horrifically boring. I don't think I'm going to bother watching the whole thing. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Yeah, like, Fuentes has been doing that already, trying to appear more moderate, but... he hasn't changed. He's still the same crazy, fucking racist whack job he's always been. Like, nobody's gonna take him seriously. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Well, Mage and Utilers, do you think this muscle mommy's
Watching
on steroids?
Fuentes right now, and he's starting off by
I don't know why that played... Oh, you donated twice. Well, thanks for the donation, retard. No, she's definitely not natty. Yeah, no chance in hell. She's on steroids. I just think she's hot as fuck. Yeah, this chick is also probably on steroids. Yeah, I don't think she's just not my type. Yeah, not my type. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
What's up, everyone? Just not a physical.
Yeah, I'm not watching this.
Do force medicate me again? Fucking try to put me in jail. Try to do whatever you want. You know, like you rape me. Like I'm just tired. I'm just tired, and I'm just.
You do not want to take Retta intramuscularly. You want to take that subcutaneously, and GH I inject intramuscular.
I'm so tired. And finally, he's agreed for the first time ever to leave me alone for a few weeks so I can get my life together. And today I've been able to do a lot. Let's see if he shows up here as usual, trying to crawl back into my bed to rape me again. I've been telling him for a long time I don't like it. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care what I like. He just cares about what he likes getting from me, treat me like a piece of meat. All right. So, don't talk about this on the internet. Fuck you. I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want on my own fucking YouTube channel. And if you want to try to get it removed, good luck, bitch. Whoever the fuck, Haley, fucking Henry, Denise, Dennis, and Dennis After Reckley's team reporting this. You want to fucking get it reported? Okay, report it. I'll just make a feature-length film and put it on fucking Netflix. Every time you try to silence me, I'll get louder. Every time you try to fucking shut down me telling the truth, I will fucking do something so dramatic. I'll put you in a music video. I'll put you in a song. I'll put you in a movie. I'll put you in the news. Okay? I will tell the fucking truth. And the truth will set me free, and the truth may put you in jail. I have nothing to hide. Nothing at all. Guitar's out of tune. I forgave him for rape for years. He got worse. How about getting off of these I sound like shit. Fuck you. You know, and I have so many people fucking harassing me and fucking causing me fucking problems. Like, I forgave Maggie for fucking putting all sorts of negative shit about me on the internet. Most of it wasn't even true. And I just sent her fucking a couple $100 and, you know, she's not even replying to me today. You know, I don't give a fuck, you know? I don't give a fuck anymore. You know, I've been through it all. You want to fucking try to remove my YouTube channel for telling the truth? You'll be sorry. You'll be fucking sorry because I will just become so big and strong. Despite the fucking intimidation, I'll become so big and so strong. You won't be able to hide. I'll make you so famous for what you did to me. Every time you try to stop me and silence me, you're gonna get more famous for the fucking torment you put me through. All right. It's a good song by Lance Morissette. It's a rehearsal, okay? It's not supposed to sound good right now. How about getting off of it? Sounds like shit. You know, it's what it is. You know, maybe it's not the right song for me. It's Lance Morissette did a fine job with the song. I don't need to redo it. I can try, but, you know, I might fail. And that's... Yeah. Who's calling me? Who's calling me? It doesn't show me who's calling me. Wow. Hello? I'm just very upset right now. Can you see me?
Thanks for the membership in Kindu. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
This chick is pretty hot too. Also, I have no idea who this bitch you're watching is, but I have a feeling she was never raped.
Yeah, she wasn't. She's an ex-vegan. She used to be a vegan activist, but she's just a dumbass. Yeah, she's not my type. She's conventionally attractive, but just not my type. Thanks for the donation, though, Porch Monkey.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I was just gonna go. My therapist didn't call me. I called her at 3 and she didn't answer. I was just recording a rehearsal and I was gonna upload another video to YouTube. And I'm just gonna keep eating healthy and being strong. And I'm gonna work on my music. And Dennis has said he's gonna stay away for 6 weeks. Now that I started posting videos of him on the internet of what he's been doing to me, I think he realizes that I am gonna speak up. So he's agreed to stay away for 6 weeks, and that's more than enough time for me to get my stuff and get out of here. But if he knows I'm leaving, he might try to stop me again. But no, I can't get a restraining order on him yet. I can't get a restraining order on him yet because I'm dealing with so many other things. My mother's been criminally harassing me and trying to force hospitalize me a third time to get back into bed with him, to get on antipsychotics to get back into bed with him. You know, so I just had the police warn her to stop criminally harassing me, and I think they did make contact with her because she deleted a YouTube video she made about me saying I was lying. I'm not lying about anything. I'm not lying. Oh, George Martin is a really awful person. He got me out. Thank you. You know what? As of today, As of now, I try to be vegan as much as I can. But just the other day, Dennis came back from Turkey after 3 weeks, and I was laying in my bed, and he wanted to sleep in my bed. And I said to him, I said, I'm not going to press charges against you and put you in jail. Would you like to work with me and cooperate with me, or do you want to be enemies? And then he was smirking and calling my best friend stupid and bringing me to tears again. And he said he'll bring me a steak if I want a steak. You know, like he likes to bring me like donuts and cakes and steaks and like, you know. No, I don't want to eat vegan food. I want him to stay the fuck away from me because when he's around me, I get anxiety because he's my rapist. And
Jeez. Well, this is nice and retarded.
Listen, I'm gonna upload this video I just made to YouTube, and then I'm gonna go to the sunshine and get some sunshine. Okay, and we'll talk later. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm taking care of. I've got other friends I'm taking care of. I got other people I'm taking care of, but I just need a few weeks to get organized so I can get the fuck out of here without him trying to stop me. And thank you. Okay, I'll talk to you. Thank you. I'm not leaving my hometown. Dennis is going to leave my hometown, and my parents. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in my hometown. I have really good relationships with a lot of the businesses. Yeah, Dennis is going to. Listen to me, please. Yeah. I'm trying to say thank you. I'm trying to say Dennis is going to leave Hamilton and go back to Owen Sound, and my parents are either going to go to jail or stay the fuck away from me. That's what's going to happen. I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting out of the house. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, this is all for attention.
Will's form and making.
Charlie Kirk has been killed, shot dead.
Yeah, we don't need to watch Pac.
30 years from now, he's not going to be alive.
The fuck? Who wants to look youthful at 22? Like at 22, you want to look like a f***ing machine. Baby, turn me on. It's so weird to see me on Greg Doucette. Eh? I never thought I would actually make it this far to be consistently on Greg's channel. You know, this is the second video in 2 days. Let's fucking go. Hey guys, there's a new drop right now for Young Gale. It's live. Link is in the description. You can use code.
This is blood work, and we're going to go over it and tell you exactly how bad it really is. And so the video is called I Ruined My Health at 20 Years of Age. How does bro look 28 when he's only 20? He's 20. This is shocking.
Do I actually look 28? I look like the professor. It makes me look like I'm 35 with the glasses.
No, with
like
glasses,
I can see that.
With glasses you look, but you don't look youthful.
Who wants to look youthful at 22? Like at 22 you want to look like a fucking machine, you know? Look at Chad. He looks like he's 18.
But that's youthful.
Wait, come here so they can see you. So this is me, 22 years old. He's 20 years old.
Cause tonight will be the night that I will
He doesn't look good for 20.
fall for you.
I look 28 and he looks 18.
You look like you're fucking pushing 50. And when you see his physique, it's larger than life. He's huge. We're going to go over this video.
I'm not huge right now, I will be. Give me a month or two, because right now I'm just starting my bulk. So in this video that he's reacting to, I think this is like not even day one of the bulk. This is just me in a health phase. I'm flat, you know, I'm not on gear. And that's just like trying to stay healthy, you know, like trying to heal the blood work. Or, well, you just saw the blood work. I don't know what's happening. I think it's good.
Go over his blood work and tell you all the things that have gone wrong. And remember, your brain doesn't finish developing until you're 25. And so the blood work, it's not going to show that his brain has stopped developing. Although he says it in his own words in multiple videos that he's killing his brain cells. And so he knows it. It's literally making him dumber, but not as dumb as continuing to abuse steroids. He isn't done. He's merely just getting started. This is after 2 years of use. Bro is only 20.
But like my goal is to become an IFBB pro, you know, like I wanna get big. I think we are all aware, like you kind of have to sacrifice your health just a bit to be a big bodybuilder, you know, that's my goal in life. That's what gives me drive and purpose. That's kind of why this is all happening, you know. But also, it's not fully the steroids that make my brain deteriorate. I'm also a very stressed individual and I am very anxious all the time. The gear does play a big factor, yes, but it's kind of just exaggerating what's already there.
Greg already cooking up his 1 in a million response. There's a 1 in a million chance that he can abuse steroids like this and have positive blood work. 1 in a million. Pretty solid blood work, to be honest. Okay, yeah, it's such great, solid blood work. I mean, he's 20 years old and my blood work is significantly better. And I abused steroids for 10 years, but his blood work is great. Oh, nothing to concern yourself with. These guys are on so much copium, you'd swear there was a 90% off discount on the stuff. Like, this is ridiculous. It's not good blood work.
And you need to actually monitor. Well, he's saying it's not good blood work, but he hasn't reacted to it yet.
Personal note for myself is when I was younger, I often would avoid getting my blood work taken while I was abusing performance-enhancing drugs. Mostly, I would just take it after. When I was off the steroids or perhaps just on HRT doses, but I did take it a few times while blasting.
Dodo, Donatillers, why don't we watch this instead?
On October 23rd, 2018, thousands of...
Maybe we can watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What about Lex Little's girlfriend Erin Maloney? What do you think of her?
I don't know who she is, and I don't give a fuck, to be honest. I think Lex Little's kind of annoying. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooh.
Football fans were making their way to the game in Rome. Excitement for the game was high, and the fans began to chant and sing. At 7:03 p.m., around 50 people were riding the long escalator down to the platform. But within 30 seconds, the crowd had swelled to nearly double that. Everything seemed fine, but inside the escalator was a problem. The weight of the passengers...
Yeah, we'll watch that later.
Test, trend, and so on, and it wasn't good. My HDL cholesterol was in the toilet. I was prescribed a statin. My liver enzymes were through the roof. It isn't good. Now, one thing that I'm happy that I did was eventually I stopped. Now I'm on 140 milligrams of testosterone a week. My blood work is immaculate. But I got lucky. If I would have had poor genetics, or perhaps if I'd continued, perhaps I'd already no longer be with us.
Let's say I did like 4 months. So technically, if I have good genetics and I keep doing what I'm doing, and then I just stop after some time, my blood work is gonna be as good as Greg's, you know. Obviously, it all depends on my genetics, and I'm taking a risk here. I know that, but I'm also taking many precautions, like I do my blood work, I actually check it, you know, on and off cycle, I will do it. I think I'm doing everything right in terms of choosing to blast gear to become an open bodybuilder, you know, like I'm not being careless with what I'm doing, I'm actually watching my health, and if something...
Yeah, I started taking steroids, so... That is why I am much more muscular. Yeah. Ugh. So yeah, steroids will do that to you. Ugh.
Is off and I do need to stop the gear, I will, you know. After that off season, my body's gonna be...
Do you think in the near future, maybe with the help of Super AI, there will be a breakthrough in fitness supplementation? Like steroids without androgenic side effects?
Yeah, I'm sure eventually. The issue is you want some of those androgenic side effects. So, like, I guess, if there is kind of a political or social interest or a personal interest, like enough people have a personal interest in anabolic steroids that don't have androgenic side effects. Sure, they'll make them, but you want androgenic side effects. Maybe not to a certain extent, but you want the androgenic side effects. They not only help like improve your mood, energy, aggression, like things that are good for sports performance, but like they also have like mood amplifying effects, so you just feel better. So you want some of those androgenic side effects. If you're a female, maybe you don't. So like I guess if women want to get jacked, that'd be great for them. But I'm sure eventually, yeah, they'll be able to make something like that. Thanks for the donation, though. You jacked me off.
The most, like my mental health, my physical health, they're gonna be put through a lot.
And so he admits it. He's on very high doses, blasting, for example, for 4 months. And after that time, he has to go on lower doses in order.
How do I feel on steroids? Feel great. Mood is way better. I feel calmer. I like my mood has never been this stable. Even after like I got rid of the depression, you know, some days are a bit lower, some days are a bit better. Like now it's just constant flatline, just feel great. Chris donated $10. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Appreciate it.
In order to get his body back to normal. I asked him, what exactly are your doses right now? Previously thought that he was off. And by off, I mean...
Yeah, growth hormone really fucking helps with sleep, especially if you're on a caloric deficit. Just helps to, like, calm you the fuck down and make you feel, like, really chill and relaxed. It's great.
Not taking performance-enhancing drugs. When you go completely off, it takes approximately...
Did you solve the abdominal muscle cramps? Well, I just got a magnesium supplement today, and I just started supplementing with it. The day before, I tried training abs again, and again, I had some of the most horrific, like, muscle cramps in my abdomen. I couldn't stand up for like 10 minutes because every time I'd try to get up, like just crazy fucking cramping. So I'm trying the magnesium. It's not magnesium glycinate. It's like magnesium oxide or something because I heard glycinate makes you a bit sleepier. So I'm going to try that. I heard magnesium deficiencies can cause cramping. I only have it in my abdomen though. So I don't know, but, you know, we'll see.
5 or 6 weeks to return back to baseline. A week or two after you stop blasting, you still have super physiological doses of testosterone and so on, and so you still feel very good. But once that clears out of your system, you start to lose your energy and you start to lose a shit ton of muscle. Now, Sven, the genetic anomaly, he's still on 250 milligrams of testosterone a week. That's his off. And so
Yes,
his
I told
off
him.
You are?
Yes, I told him.
Is approximately
But
double.
now I'm not, because I just started my back. But it's like, when this video was made, yes.
Is it, so it is actually high for a health phase.
No,
That amount.
I think it's normal for bodybuilders to take 250.
Didn't he say 125?
But that's if you're fucking retired and you don't want to bodybuild anymore.
He's still on 250 milligrams of testosterone a week. That's his off. And so his off is approximately double my on. And so this is the best his blood work could ever become. When he's lowered the doses and aka cruising on minimal gear. And at
Do you think it's stupid to compete at high level in BJJ without steroids? I'm young, so I'm scared, but everyone else does it. Yeah. Competing in any sport at a high level without steroids is fucking stupid. You're just putting yourself at a disadvantage, and there are people who are on who are just gonna fucking rape you. So, like, unless you're just genetically a fucking gorilla, yeah, you're gonna get fucking rolled. Like, dude, steroids fucking work, I can tell you that much. The difference it makes in your fucking strength, ability to recover, energy, cardiovascular output, like, you just don't get fucking tired. You can just fucking sprint uphill, like, endlessly. So, like, it's stupid. Like, that's why Gordon Ryan is on fucking steroids and he's the best in the fucking world. Like, yeah, all the best take steroids.
250 milligrams, that is not HRT, that is a low dose cycle of testosterone.
Bodybuilding in general is not healthy, but we choose to do this because it's something that we love doing. Wait, we need a creatine break. Look, this is creatine, monohydrate, green apple flavor. I'm gonna take a scoop. Can you give me the water, the cold one? Because I'm gonna become an open bodybuilder like the big guys, you know, like us.
So obviously it makes it more fun, but why can't you do it without it? I mean, if you love baseball, can't you watch a baseball game without betting on it? And so if you have to use drugs, it's analogous to having to gamble in order to make it more fun. Of course, you're gonna like it more when you're putting on that much more muscle, but why not wait? At least wait until you're 25. Bro is only 20. Brain isn't finished developing, and so you can do it natural.
Oh, hello, Gum Gum. What's my little kitty up to? What's my little Gum Gum doing? How's my Gum Gum? How's my fuzzy kitty? I have a fuzzy kitty here. So fuzzy. You're so fuzzy and so nice.
And of course, if you get to a plateau and you're younger, you can use things like Turk Builder Max, Turk Platinum.
My goal is to become an Olympian, you know, and there's certain limits to this. Like if you look at the top 5 Mr. Olympia right now, I do not believe that any of them are natural. So I think I did start at an early age, yes, but I think I just listened to my destiny, you know, like...
If you're on the fence of using steroids, please wait.
I do like what Greg is trying to say, like, do not take steroids, you should always wait, like, be patient. Again, I'm not pushing gear on anyone, I don't want anyone to take steroids, and what I'm doing is not recommended, like, at all. Every single year, my blood work has been good. We'll look over that, see how it is. I haven't actually looked at it, you know, so we're gonna look at it together.
And so notice, he hasn't looked at his blood work yet, but yet he's saying it's always healthy. Who is the person that's telling you that it's healthy? Is it Coach Greg? Is it your best friend? Is it your doctor? Is it your bodybuilding coach? Because if it's your bodybuilding coach, they're most likely going to tell you what you want to hear, not what you need to hear. They're going to say, yeah, it's not bad compared to other bodybuilders. This is actually pretty healthy. You shouldn't be comparing.
No, like my doctor said it's good.
Why can't he stop right now? The Rock, can we not learn from him? Why don't people stop right now? I think it's because people get addicted to the dopamine, not from the steroids itself, but from the compliments, the money, the fame of having a physique such as this. He loves bodybuilding. He wants to be a champion, yet has he even competed in the last, I don't know, 2 years? He hasn't even been competing. Does he really love bodybuilding if he isn't competing?
Okay, wait, let's slow down here. So what would happen if I actually stopped taking anything, you know, like completely off, natural? I'm obviously gonna lose a lot of size. I'm gonna lose a lot of superficial muscle that I've built. But I will hold what my genetic limit allows me to hold. So that can be way smaller than this. Like, we don't necessarily know, because you can't be as full and as lean natural, you know, at the same time. It's very difficult.
I'd like to do MMA. Like, the issue is the head injury problem. Like, I think it's still, to this day, downplayed how serious the brain damage is from getting hit in the head, even though, like, you know, it's being talked about a lot more. And I'm on steroids now, too. I don't know of any MMA divisions that allow you to just take steroids. I could definitely do BJJ. I don't know if there's testing in, like, judo, like... I know there's testing in wrestling, but like BJJ I could do. I don't really like competition jiu-jitsu though. It's kind of stupid. So I'd like to train in martial arts. I'm probably going to do that in the future. But as far as competing, I don't know about that. Because, like, again, I could compete in competition jiu-jitsu, but it's kind of lame and stupid.
to hold that. But at that point, like when I decide to actually stop everything, it needs to be after I'm done with all of this, you know, with what I'm trying to achieve. And I haven't competed in like 2 years because I've been trying to build my name, which is why I wear the masks on Instagram and stuff, like trying to build my social media, trying to make enough money to support my dream. I don't think it's a smart idea to compete when you're dead broke, your parents are broke, you have no money from anywhere to support the gear, to support the food, to support rent, to support anything. Like when you have no money at all, I wouldn't recommend bodybuilding because it's a fucking expensive sport. So I had to kind of build my finances, you know, I took gear, I became famous.
I think the only really expensive thing about it is growth hormone. Because when you're talking about bodybuilding doses of growth hormone, where you're getting into the 10 IU range per day, that's when it
Have
gets...
you reacted to the new Frank Ment?
I'm not sure. I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, Blink. Yeah, so when you get into the 10 IU plus range per day for growth hormone, that's when it gets fucking expensive. Most other anabolic drugs are pretty fucking cheap. Like, even high-dose testosterone, like, that might cost $100 a month. And then, like, there's other drugs that you can add in. Like, DHB, you're only going to run DHB at a low dose, so that's only going to be, like, $20, $30 a month, maybe. And that's a very powerful steroid. Tren is super cheap. Nandrolone's cheap. It's only Primo that's pretty expensive. I know of a source that sells it for cheaper, and it's actually legit Primo. I think it's more expensive in the States, honestly. In Canada, it's not too bad. It's about double the cost of testosterone. Masteron is also about the same cost as testosterone. Like, it's the growth hormone that makes it super expensive. And, like, if you don't eat like a fucking retard, food is pretty cheap. Like, okay, you can get the bulk of your calories from, like, rice or something, or potatoes, and then... You know, like protein powder, tofu, beans, like that's all pretty cheap. Like, again, a lot of these dumbass bodybuilders are eating like steak every day.
Person known for doing tremendous amounts of research on health stuff. Didn't do much research on the person who did his surgery. I spent...
Yeah, we already saw that one yesterday. Thanks for the donation though, Blink. Dodo donated $2. Can you react up until 1:30 and tell me if this is based?
Do you meditate, John?
I used to meditate a lot. Now I'm more big into visualization.
When did you used to meditate?
Right around 2010, 2011. I went through this huge spiritual thing where I became obsessed with the power of the mind, and I got into it deep, like really deep, just meditation, visualization, and just realizing how powerful our minds actually are, like how we really do paint our world with our thoughts and our level of self-belief. And so right around 2010, I just took myself to this different mental level where I took myself from being an average Joe, kind of. You probably hate average Joe, huh?
Doesn't bother me.
I took myself. You're like, what's average about?
I'm so used to that name. It's such a goofy name. It's good. It's like a blank. It's like cardboard.
Yeah.
It's like there's nothing to it.
Yeah. So I took myself from being very average-minded to actually believing that I was the shit, and believing that I could be the shit, and that I could be the GOAT and be the greatest and never lose. And to, like, I took myself to a different place mentally, and a lot of it came from mental practice and meditation.
You know, a lot of it is just kind of executive function and personal accountability. Like, if you're able to kind of understand like each little itty bitty step, you know, you need to take in order to achieve something. So, okay, I have to get up at this time in the morning. I have to like go train, then I have to go to work, then I have to eat, and then I have to like take a nap, and then I have to go train again, and then I have to make sure I go to bed on time. Like, you know, all that stuff. And if you just hold yourself accountable and follow all those little steps, like, that's what most people need. People end up getting into a trap where, like, those little voices inside their head tells them, oh, this is too difficult, you're kind of like, you need a break, and they kind of fall off. And like, again, they don't hold themselves accountable, and they act as though there's like some force acting upon them that makes them unable to do something, when it's themselves that have given up on themselves. I think that's the issue that most people run into. And I completely eliminated that issue from my mind at this point. I realized that happiness is found between trial and triumph. Like, it's not found in simple little pleasures like, oh, eating like some ice cream, or just laying down and doing nothing, watching Netflix or some shit, or I don't know, getting a hand job in an Asian massage parlor, you know, dumb crap that people do that isn't really productive to anything. It just makes you kind of fat and sick and shit. We get happiness from acts of will, and we need like some sort of battle to fight against. And then when we like win those little battles, like, that's where the happiness is. It's that kind of fight and that act of will. And over time, as you win these little battles, like, that's where happiness is. And I've developed a very strict regimented lifestyle, and like, I eat completely clean. I don't miss any workouts. I never eat junk food anymore. And I stick to that like very strict regiment, because like, I know that's where happiness is, and I've never been happier. I just don't get, like, I realize that I don't get anything from skipping workouts or eating junk food. They're like simple little stupid pleasures, but they don't contribute to anything. It's not an act of will. If anything, it feels like some other force is kind of making you do it, and you kind of feel weak and defeated from it. And that's what, like, people will tell you, like, who've gone through depression, like, over and over and over again. They'll feel like they've lost control of their lives, and it feels like they're kind of on autopilot, and like, there are just all these other forces around them that are driving them to do things they don't want to do. And it's just because they've fallen into that trap where they're not enacting their will. And it might be difficult to stick to like a strict routine and be disciplined and like do things that are actually productive, but that's the trap everybody falls into. They think because something's difficult that, oh, I have to be miserable doing this. But it's the difficulty, and overcoming that difficulty and succeeding, that's what actually gets you that happiness. So, and again, realizing that now, I've never been fucking happier.
Tofu.
Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate the donation. That should allow me to buy a good amount of tofu.
Now I'm making a fuck ton of money, and now I can actually afford bodybuilding. So now, this is where I'm thinking about competing. My next competition, whenever it's gonna be, I wanna step on stage knowing I'm gonna win.
If you're just like, oh, I don't want to get gyno, I don't lose my hair and some acne, whatever, maybe I'll get a heart attack.
How do I make vegan food for my pet snake, or how can I make my snake vegan? No one has, as far as I know, has ever tried this, but I don't see why you wouldn't be able to feed a snake vegan cat food and it be able to survive on that. So if you force feed a snake vegan cat food, presumably it might be able to live on that. I don't know of anybody who's ever tried that, though. So I don't know if the snake would eventually die, but there's plenty of other carnivorous animals like cats, foxes, ferrets. Vegans have had these animals as pets, and they just feed them vegan cat food, and they're fine. So, like, it may be possible to feed a snake vegan cat food. You're gonna have to force feed it and literally shovel food down its throat, but you may be able to have it survive on that. Dodo donated $2, kind of like this, right? Ironically, happiness is not the fulfillment of your desires, but overcoming them. I wouldn't word it like that exactly. I think people have a hard time, like, discovering what their desires actually are. So there's, like, you know, simple pleasures, like, you know, you might want to taste something that tastes good, like ice cream or something. It might give you, you know, that nice high feeling after you eat it. But, like, is it what you really desire? Because, like, there's consequences that come from that. Like, you're going to be fat, you're going to, like, be more prone to health issues, you're going to gain weight, you might feel kind of crappy after it. Like, do you want to be a well-oiled machine who's lean, mean, fit, in shape, looks great, or do you want to be somebody who just sits on the couch, gets fat, and eats ice cream? So it's, like, there's things that are desires that you really need to fulfill, and then there's these simple little pleasures that might entice you. But I think if you, like, really... Like, I think you need to imagine yourself, like, what you want to be and who you want to be, and, like, visualize that kind of person. And, like, what is your ideal person? And if your ideal person is somebody who is strict with their diet, regimented, looks amazing, is energetic, healthy, then... you know, there may be some difficulties with doing that, like you have to resist temptation, but what you really desire is that person that you're kind of imagining in your mind. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
150. It isn't just that. It isn't just you're dying a little bit sooner. You're getting a stroke. You can't think properly. You're in a wheelchair. You're perhaps a vegetable. People are feeding you, wiping your ass. Is this something that you want? For his cholesterol, he didn't get an ApoB test, but you could, in fact, get this at
Okay, so from my research that I've done, I've concluded that it's not necessarily dangerous if your HGB is high when your HCT is normal. So since the HCT is normal, I'm not going to stress about that right now, but this is something to monitor over time. You know, I'm not going to let it get bad or worse. The goal is to keep it as is, kind of, or just get better in a way.
He has very low HDL.
Low HDL really doesn't matter. It's LDL that is the issue. So his LDL is at 1.2. I think that's in millimoles.
Have you noticed any significant mood swings or changes since starting the spaghetti?
Yeah, I just feel happier. My mood is more stable. I have more energy. I'm less prone to, like, getting angry. Just everything's 1.12. Oh, so his I'm assuming it's in millimoles, so his LDL is actually really low, 46. That's lower than mine. I don't know if he's on any cholesterol management. I'm gonna get my blood work done again. I've been on Retta for almost, well, a month and a half now. And I have lost some body fat and gained muscle. So, and testosterone tends to lower LDL a little bit. Last I got it checked, I think it was at 79. It's usually around there. It's usually right around 80. But I'll see if it gets any lower. It's not high risk or anything. It's very low risk, that level, but I might consider just going on a low-dose statin to get it under 70.
The good cholesterol and normal LDL. the bad cholesterol. And so if you're wondering how low...
Yeah, but thanks for the donation, Big TD. Yeah, like, the roid rage thing is a myth. Like, if you're on something like trenbolone at high doses, like, yeah, there's certain compounds that'll trigger aggression, but testosterone, at least at, like, reasonable doses, like, we're not talking grams of gear, testosterone seems to make men feel more mentally stable and happier and shit.
It's half of the minimum cutoff. And so if it should be 1, he's at 0.5. And so cholesterols are circles. And so what he has is a large number of the LDL. These are smaller circle cholesterols. In comparison to the HDL, it's large.
What about the worst steroid side effect of all? Not being able to wipe your own ass. And having to scratch your back on the wall like a bear, but that's not too bad. You might be forced to buy a bidet with washer and dryer built in. Are you worried? Scared face emoji, fearful face emoji.
I've had really bad muscle cramps before where I literally had to, like, wipe in between my legs because if I reached around, my back would start cramping. That was when I was natural. It happened after I had to take some time off training. I think when I had the adductor tear. And then when I got back into training, I was getting muscle cramps and I had trouble. But I don't think anybody's ever gotten that big bodybuilding where they couldn't wipe their own ass. I do have trouble reaching the middle of my back, though. I can't reach, like, right in the middle of my back. There's, like, a weird area that I can't get back to. But thanks for the donation, KM.
Larger circle cholesterols. These flow throughout your body in your blood vessels, okay? These are very easy to get stuck into your blood vessels and form plaques or calcification.
Wait, I'm confused. I swear it said on his lab report his LDL was really low.
These are very big and they're not going to get stuck on the side. Think of your arteries as like a river.
Yeah, Greg doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. The difference between small, dense, and large buoyant LDL particles is about 4 nanometers. It's tiny. Like, they're basically the same size. And again, LDL particles travel through the endothelium via transcytosis, and that 4 nanometer difference, it doesn't change anything. The majority of your LDL particles, like 80%, are the small dense type anyway, so all of this is irrelevant.
The river, the water is flowing through like the blood, and some of these are going to get trapped on the side. Oh, I got stuck. You have this large river. This one has now gotten stuck. Oh, that sucks. It's not that bad because, look, there's still a lot of river. But imagine that this happens over and over and over again throughout the years, perhaps 30 years. It's starting to close off. Continue to add these. And so remember, if your heart vessel is full of these and eventually a thrombus comes through and blocks it, you now have a heart attack. And so because of his lower number of the HDL cholesterol, the bigger ones, he still has plenty of the smaller, more dangerous, smaller ones, the smaller LDL cholesterol. And so over the years, if this continues, it's going to...
Yeah, isn't this his blood work? So if his LDL is at 1.21 and this is in millimoles, his LDL is at 46. That's very low risk.
To continue to deposit within the artery, continue to increase the blockage, and eventually it's not going to end well. And so if you have these markers, you could, for example, be prescribed ezetimibe. Perhaps I'm pronouncing it wrong, ezetimibe. It's tough to pronounce. You can get it at AlgarX, then...
Ezetimibe seems to be useful for people who eat more dietary cholesterol and saturated fat. If you're vegan and you eat like no saturated fat, I don't think this really does anything for you. You'd need to be on something like rosuvastatin.
The next line of defense could be, for example, a statin, but just because you're using these medications don't mean you have no problems whatsoever. It would be like saying, oh, I don't have high blood pressure because I'm on telmisartan.
Yeah, retatrutide is still like experimental, quote unquote. It's not FDA approved.
Those are band-aid fixes. And so the real problems is being on steroids or being overweight. I'm not talking about just body fat. If you're overweight, as in you're too heavy, your BMI is close to 40, it's going to play havoc on your health. Next,
about this one, I think even if I was on like proper TRT, like a low dose of 140 milligrams, it's still rare to see good HDL numbers, you know, like at least that's what I've read. So this is all like, I don't have experience on this, you know, I'm just reading shit and I'm just doing my research, but that's what I'm kind of getting from what I found so far. Like, again, I'm not really seeing any reason to stop.
Yeah, low HDL doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything. If your LDL's low, that's the only metric that's important. I'm not sure what the exact mechanism is, like how steroids lower your HDL, but HDL is a non-causal factor in heart disease risk.
Start tweaking out, because I know that I'm putting my health at risk, and I know these can get worse over time, but it's just something that I'm aware of. You know, I'm willing to take that sacrifice because it's something that I have to do.
His prolactin, it's very low, and so I would guess he's likely on cabergoline or pramipixole, likely from taking tren in previous months, and he's trying to control it. He's also previously had
Dodo Donatellos, you think Canelo or Terrence Crawford wins? Will you watch? I have no idea. I really don't know who the better fighter is going to be. I don't know much about them. So I'm kind of going into it blind and just hoping it's a good fight. But yeah, I'm going to watch it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
gynecomastia surgery as recently as several weeks ago. Perhaps in the past he was taking Novadex or Arimidex or Femara, which is letrozole, to reduce the estrogenic effects of taking a lot of testosterone, which convert to estrogen. Now, his estrogen levels right now...
If you're just taking testosterone, it's very easy to control gynecomastia, but if you're taking other shit like nandrolone, which increases estrogen receptor sensitivity, and you're also on something like tren that also affects like prolactin, it can end up being like uncontrollable and you're gonna have to get gyno.
Are very, very high, but that's most likely because his testosterone is very high. Higher levels of test going to convert to estrogen. And so if you have testosterone levels through the roof, which he does, you're also going to have more estrogen. In case you're wondering, taking cabergoline, some of the side effects can be strange impulse control. For example, people develop gambling. There's people with strange sexy time addictions. And so you need to be careful. Now, of course, you don't want to get side effects from taking tren. You don't want to get gyno and so on. But sometimes
You know what I've heard? I've heard people on 10 become gay. There are some people, like when they take 10, I think it's because of this, then, like when their prolactin is super high, they start fucking, like they start switching sides.
Because don't you want to just like fuck anything?
And medications you take to offset these also present a problem. Now, his testosterone levels are almost or perhaps above 2 times the optimal level of normal. Is he trying not to go on a health cycle? Bro couldn't even train for a month, perhaps 5 weeks. And so why was he taking so much testosterone? How do you know if your HRT dose is too high? For
He was on 250. That's not a particularly high dose.
example, mine is 140. How do you know that mine is not too high? Many people, they can only take 100. My estradiol levels are within normal ranges. And so if your estradiol levels are above the normal reference range, likely means you're on too much testosterone. And so in that case,
if you're not getting any estrogenic side effects, then you probably don't want to go on any kind of estrogen management. There's just no reason for it. Estrogen is cardioprotective. It helps with wound healing. It also has its own anabolic effect. Men with lower estrogen, when they're on testosterone, they don't grow as much. So if you're not getting gyno, if you're not getting mood swings, agitation, you don't have low libido, then you probably don't need to bother. Some people, for whatever reason, they can have outrageously high estrogen but not experience any side effects. maybe then you might want to consider, like, just based on blood work, lowering it a bit, because it could potentially be a risk factor for cancer. But yeah, otherwise,
Lower your
why bother?
testosterone. You know what else that would do? Probably raise his HDL, the good cholesterol of which we talked about. And so if Sven in his off season were to do half.
I don't know why he said that. Lowering your estrogen tends to lower your HDL. So if he has higher estrogen, that would probably increase his HDL. So why would you tell him to go on estrogen management or lower his estrogen when that would bring his HDL down lower?
Of its current dose, 125 instead of 250. I most certainly believe that his blood work would be that much better. And so why are we on abusive doses of testosterone during our health phase? Most bodybuilders who go, for example, on 4 months of abusive cycles, you're going to have to go off for 4 months in order to recover. But if you're on 250 milligrams, you're not recovering. Does that make sense?
I don't know what this means. If you got that's
Yeah, that's just bullshit. Like, Greg's just kind of gay.
So I would give that to you, Greg. I'm not on a dose that's like gonna completely heal my body, but at the same time, I'm on a dose that's gonna help me maintain a physique that I need for my social media, which like is how I'm able to do all of this, you know. So it's kind of my job. So I am sacrificing my health in that sense because of my job. But I think nowadays.
Rosuvastatin's fine. Like, they're all the same pretty much. If you can try different statins. Some people get side effects from certain ones, but generally speaking, like any statin at a low dose, you're probably not going to experience any side effects.
Is everyone kind of sacrificed?
It's only if you need a higher dose statin and you're experiencing side effects, you might want to try a different statin, see if like you can bring your cholesterol levels down to the same extent without the side effects.
This is something, you know, and like for their job.
He's on 250 milligrams of test, FSH and LH, it goes down. And so that test, it's utterly useless because you know it's going to be in the toilet. And so when people say, oh, how do you know he's a fake natty? If your LH and FSH are both in the toilet, you're on exogenous testosterone, you're on steroids, you're on SARMs, you're on something that's suppressing LH and FSH. And if it's all in the normal range, you can't be taking steroids. If you were and had normal LH and FSH, it wouldn't make any sense. And no, you can't just take lower doses. If you're on low dose HRT, like I am, my FSH and LH are...
If you take clomiphene, that will bring up your LH and FSH. So that's not true.
Are in the toilet because my body doesn't need to produce testosterone. I'm getting exogenously from outside my body.
Follicle stimulating hormone.
What is that?
Kirk!
Yeah, like follicles.
Really?
And so Sven...
I think everyone thinks I'm actually autistic after this. Huh?
There were so many comments saying, oh yeah, he's a bodybuilder, he doesn't even know his own blood work.
FSH, follicle stimulating hormone, has nothing to do with your hair follicles. It's not that. It actually has to do with your Sertoli cells in your testes. I mean, doesn't everyone know about the Fertoli cells? He probably has obstructive sleep apnea. And remember, blood work doesn't say everything. One thing that perhaps is even more important than blood work is blood pressure. If you don't have your blood pressure, that is a silent killer. You don't
have the machine.
No.
Fuck. I have good blood pressure though.
Most likely Sven already has an enlarged heart, left ventricular hypertrophy, which is going to take years off of his life. This can lead to early heart failure, and so you need to be careful. And so to determine this, he would need an EKG and a chest x-ray. And so although blood work is good, it's just a start. The blood pressure, the blood work, the EKG, the chest x-ray, these are things that he's going to need to test to see if he truly is healthy. Next.
Should we do the test?
I can book an EKG.
And Sven is bigger, a little bit more fuller than last time, blasting heavy cycles of gear. It seems as if he speaks in shorter sentences. It seems like he's out of breath. You often see this amongst bigger, larger competitors, for example, Sam Sulik or other professional bodybuilders, IPB pros. This could be indicative of HFmeth. This is a form of heart failure with medium ejection fraction. And so, guys, Be careful. And at AlgoRx, they understand all this. Do you now understand about your blood work? All these years you're thinking my blood work.
Well, he can take steroids if he wants to. Everyone can live their lives the way they want. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I might have to take a shit, actually. I definitely have to pee, but I might have to poo-poo. So I might be an extra couple minutes, but I am going to pee-pee, possibly poo-poo. Does Clomid do jack shit to help low T? Not really. I wouldn't bother. So again, if you have low testosterone, why would you treat it with a drug other than testosterone that's just going to come with its own set of side effects? So just take testosterone. It's fucking retarded. Had a doc years ago give me for low T and it made me feel worse. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Clomid and HCG, it often causes like it can cause dizziness, lethargy, sleepiness, like poor mood, agitation, depression. They can cause gynecomastia, overproduction of estrogen. Why in the fuck would you prescribe those drugs for low testosterone when you can just take testosterone? But yeah, that's doctors for you. They're really fucking useful. All right, I'll be right back. Oh.
was bearing down on the steps, and the load on the main motor was increasing. To try to slow the descent, the motor applied a counter torque. But as the force continued to increase, the stairs began to move faster. By 7:04 p.m., the crowd had tripled. The motor finally reached its limit, and under the massive strain, the drum began to slip. With the motor losing control, the escalator triggered its second line of defense. A safety relay tripped, immediately cutting power to the motor. The main brake clamped down on the metal drum to stop the descent of the stairs. But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning, and the stairs continued to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and directly lock the drive shaft. Under normal circumstances, the chance that all three safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small. But these weren't normal circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed, and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started streaming down the escalator. Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pileup. At the bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. Under the pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured. Something like this—
No, I didn't poop, I just peed.
—shouldn't have been possible. And experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong, and they started to suspect foul play. In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months. The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident. So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened. The ride people experienced on that escalator was one of the most terrifying rides of their lives, but maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used for? Do you want to have a guess? It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896. It had no steps, a 25-degree incline, and it was essentially just a slow conveyor belt made of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And it was a huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the Old Iron Pier on Coney Island. The ride was named the Continuous Elevator, and its inventor, Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as
I have a little kitty here. How's my gum? My goodness, you're so soft. You're so soft. You're so handsome. And so cuddly. How do you do that? How do you do that? What a good baby.
as the future of transportation. But as Reno watched people ride his invention, he began to notice a pattern. Nobody walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tightly. 2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the donation.
But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts to women, just to calm their nerves. See, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to walk on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult, and 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our ankles can flex. If only there was a way to replace the conveyor belt with a moving set of stairs. Well, then the riders would always have a flat surface to stand on and a staircase they could climb if they wanted to. One attempt at a solution had already been around for 4 decades, and it was called the revolving stairs. It consisted of a chain that...
Emperor Richard, we have nuked the Gaza Strip as you have ordered. We are now victorious and the Palestinians surrendered. The war is officially over. Shall I look for threats to your kingdom, or are we now in a peacetime era for now? All hail Richard.
Let's celebrate with watermelon and tofu. And maybe look for more jackasses to blow up later. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
It went around a loop. Then fixed stair-shaped blocks were attached to it, creating a flat surface to stand on during the main incline. But as soon as you'd reach the top, the steps tilted forward, making it treacherous to get off. And a similar problem plagued you at the bottom. Now you might think, if the top and bottom are causing problems, just extend each landing. But that also doesn't work. You just end up with a jagged mess for longer. So how do modern escalators solve this problem? I mean, have you ever stopped to think what happens to the stairs at the top of the escalator when they disappear? Clearly, we have steps going around in some sort of loop, but how do they actually behave on the return journey? What if I give you 2 options? Do they stay right side up, like the cabins in a Ferris wheel, or do they flip upside down and then flip back again at the other side?
I'm gonna go this one all day.
Yeah. Ferris wheel?
This one makes more sense.
Ferris wheel.
Yeah, this one.
I think they turn upside down. And they're actually right side up.
I think I'm gonna go with
Wow, you're both, yeah.
The solution to this problem came from another...
Are you doing any cardio for heart health? What's your current diet?
I do 40 minutes of cardio a day, and it's protein powder. I have like I have what, 2 or 3 protein shakes a day. I have a blueberry smoothie with oranges in the morning. I might have some rice cakes here and there if I need some extra carbs for calories. And I have tofu with broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and rice. Thanks for the donation though, Alan.
Another inventor named George Wheeler. His idea forms the basis of every escalator in use today. A modern version of it works something like this. A typical subway escalator has an electric motor at the top with a power output of around 50 kilowatts, smaller than most electric cars. This motor spins extremely fast at over 1,000 RPM, but it's pretty weak. So to drive the steps, the escalator needs to convert this into a slower output with more force. To do this, it uses a reduction gearbox and a gear system, lowering the output to just a few RPM and increasing the torque by a factor of around 100. The motor is connected with a large sprocket to a reinforced steel chain which pulls the stairs around a loop. The so-called step chain is fitted with wheels to allow it to roll smoothly around curves. But unlike the design for the revolving stairs, Wheeler proposed attaching each step to this chain through a single axle, giving it the freedom to rotate. Next, he added a second set of wheels to each step that followed a different track, allowing him to control the angle of each step at any point. On the incline, the 2 tracks overlap, just like the revolving staircase. But then at the top, the 2 tracks separate, and this is what allows us to keep the steps level throughout the entire ride. The tracks then remain separated and curve around. The steps flip upside down, tuck into the loop, and start their return journey. At the start of the incline, the tracks rejoin, and the whole process repeats.
So the answer is you are both wrong.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow, I never really thought about that.
Yeah, like I would say it's like an upside down elevator, bro.
Like, guess what? You're right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But despite all modern escalators adopting Wheeler's design, at the time it caught so little attention that he was forced to shelve the idea. It wasn't until 8 years later that another inventor, Charles Seeberger, bought his patent and capitalized on the invention. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, and together they built a prototype. A year later, in 1900, they showcased it at the Paris Exposition Universelle. In total, 51 million people flocked to the exposition to see the marvels of modern technology. But one of the most popular exhibitions was the world's first true commercial escalator. The machine drew huge crowds. French historian Philippe Julien described it as the jolliest attraction at the exhibition, and wrote, "The escalator caused many an incident worthy of the vaudeville, separating families, sending old men sprawling, delighting the children, and reducing their nanas to despair." The escalator was even awarded one of the grand prizes of the fair. Shortly after, escalators started being installed in different places across the world.
Yeah, I listened to the UFO hearing thing. It's just stupid.
But these escalators weren't perfect. They had smooth, flat stairs, and when they reached the top, these stairs would disappear under a wooden board, leaving a dangerous gap between them. Shoelaces, coats, and especially the long skirts in fashion at the time easily got caught in the machinery. One incident even saw a 3-year-old girl getting her foot pinched in the gap. And while the girl luckily escaped with injured toes and a missing shoe, something in the design had to change. To solve this, Seeberger and Otis installed a triangular shunt at the end of the escalator, forcing riders to go off to the left before they reached the dangerous gap. This system worked, but it was awkward because it meant people had to put one foot onto solid ground while the other was still moving, which became especially tricky when some people stood still and others walked. So to reduce the risk of people getting in each other's way, operators asked people to stand on the right and keep the left lane clear for faster walkers. It's a convention we still often follow to this day. But as it turns out, there's a much better solution than the shunt. Modern escalator steps aren't smooth, they're grooved. These grooves then interlock perfectly with a comb plate at the top of the escalator. So now if a small item approaches the end, the comb plate lifts it up and out of harm's way. This makes it much harder for things to get stuck, and perhaps more importantly, it allows people to safely step off forwards. But the comb plate doesn't entirely solve the problem. We still have these gaps on the side of the escalator that can pinch and trap objects as the steps move. So to address this, a new safety feature called the skirt brush was added to the escalator in 1982. Escalators are full of subtle safety features like this, some old and some new, but almost all of them are designed around people. All the way back in 1896, Jesse Reno predicted that riders on his attraction would need something to hold onto, so he introduced a moving handrail. In a modern escalator, the motor has a separate connection to turn a friction wheel that drives the handrail. The only problem is that friction wears things down, so over time the wheel gets smaller, and as its circumference decreases, each rotation moves the rubber loop a slightly shorter distance, so the handrail begins to move more slowly. The effect is small, but it builds up over time. So to compensate for this, a new handrail is calibrated to move around 2% faster than the steps. You can actually try this yourself. Next time you're standing on an escalator, just place your hand next to you as you stand still, and you will watch as your hand slowly drifts forward. This speed difference stops the handrail from lagging too far behind the steps over time.
Because I have definitely noticed that sometimes I'm on an escalator and then it's going faster than me. My hand is going faster than my body. But that means it's a new escalator.
Well, it's a new frictional wheel that drives the handrail. So yeah. we don't replace the entire escalator.
Oh wow! So that's like a party trick I can use to entertain my friends. I mean, I don't know when I'd have a party on an escalator, but whatever. If I'm on an escalator with my friends and I can see it moving.
But it's not just the handrail. The speed of the steps themselves is also something that needs to be carefully controlled. Modern escalators use AC induction motors, which are extremely good at regulating their rotational speed. And this has an unexpected benefit on downward escalators. With enough people riding, their weight is enough that the motor no longer has to power the ride. Instead, the weight of the passengers themselves drives the chain and causes the motor to spin. As more people board, the force on the motor increases and it's pushed to turn faster. But modern AC induction motors work by creating a rotating magnetic field. When the motor tries to spin faster than the field, electric currents are induced inside it, which then create their own magnetic field. This new field pushes back in the opposite direction to the spin.
Have you seen the video of the grandma taking a shopping cart found an escalator? Do you mean on an escalator? It's funny, but she died from the fall. No, I didn't see that.
Creating a braking force which resists the increase in speed. But something interesting happens when the motor resists like this. Rather than consuming energy, the physics of the motor flips, and it uses the excess mechanical energy to produce an electric current. This is called regenerative braking, and it's the same trick that electric vehicles use to recharge their batteries. In effect, the motor turns into a generator. The result is that on a busy day, many modern downward escalators aren't just moving people, they're actually generating electricity. Often, this is channeled back to the building's internal grid and used to power other devices, including the upward escalators.
So even the escalator that was invented by George Wheeler and was installed in 1920, at the Paris exhibition, etc. I mean, all these escalators were regenerated.
What?
Yeah, when there were people standing on the escalator in down direction, these escalators were feeding energy back into the grid.
No. It's like the down escalator is a generator?
This regenerative braking makes escalators extremely power efficient, but more importantly, it makes them inherently safe. But there is a point where if you keep adding weight, then eventually the force becomes so strong that the motor can no longer resist it. And if left unchecked, it would start accelerating uncontrollably. The stairs would go plummeting down, which is exactly what happened in Rome. After a nearly 2-year-long investigation, the investigators published this 86-page report. Inside, it lists the exact sequence of events that led to the disaster. As fans crowded onto the escalator, their combined weight increased the load on the main motor. The motor tried to resist this change, but as more and more people funneled on, the force got too high, and eventually it hit a tipping point, and the motor started accelerating uncontrollably. Safety sensors in the machine noticed this sudden change and triggered 2 things in short succession. First, the power to the motor was cut, and immediately after that, the main brake engaged. 2 massive arms clamped down on the drum to lock it in place and avert a runaway. This brake should have had enough stopping power to bring the fully loaded escalator to a halt, even under the massive strain, but it didn't. Tests after the incident showed that its braking force was far too low, around 37% of the manufacturer's specification. The weakened brake struggled to slow the spinning motor, and the escalator's downhill acceleration continued. This is when the last line of defense kicked in. When the escalator's speed rose by more than 20%, the auxiliary brake triggered, driving steel wedges into a disc on the drive shaft. But when investigators opened up this brake, they were shocked. The final mechanical backstop had been partially disabled. Someone had physically tied plastic straps around one of the 2 brake wedges and rendered it useless. With half the system unable to engage, its stopping power was cut by 50%, just enough for the weight of all those passengers to overpower the brake and render the last line of defense useless. Investigators knew that these failures should have been automatically recorded in the error logs, but when they went to check, they found nothing. The error codes had been turned off, meaning critical malfunctions could occur without leaving a trace. The only way this could happen was if they had been disabled on purpose, meaning someone must have reprogrammed the system to stop recording fault codes. Next, investigators turned to the maintenance records. But they found these similarly incomplete, and evidence of major work on the escalator was nowhere to be found at all. With all the main safety systems compromised and critical alerts turned off, the escalator had been a ticking time bomb. All findings from the technical investigation pointed not to a manufacturing defect, but to a pattern of neglect and falsification by those in charge of keeping the machine safe. This left the prosecution with one clear question.
Was it Muslim terrorists? Were they thinking of having people fall on an escalator?
Who was responsible? The trail of evidence led back to June 2017, when maintenance responsibilities for Rome's escalators shifted to a new contractor, Metro Roma. The Transit Authority, ATAC, severed its contract with Metro Roma in an attempt to wash its hands of the situation. But as the criminal inquest continued, it became clear the problem went far deeper. The investigators discovered that Metro Roma had been working hand in hand with the Transit Authority, ATAC, and together they presided over negligent maintenance and falsified records all across the network. By September 2019, 11 suspects were named, and the courts had suspended 3 ATAC managers, along with the chief of Metro Roma. The prosecution's findings were grave. In many cases, safety devices had been deliberately sabotaged to avoid escalator shutdowns. And those in charge had covered their tracks through a pattern of fraud and obstruction. In the midst of the public outrage, prosecutors recorded a chilling wiretap of ATAC manager Renato D'Amico. The translation: if you run the numbers, out of 700 escalators, there'd be like 3 or 4 more dropping. Come on. The prosecutors note in their report that D'Amico appeared uninterested in the possibility there might have been people on those 3 or 4 escalators. It was simply a matter of numbers and percentages to him. It was a callous remark, and it painted a clear picture of the incident. This wasn't an engineering failure, it was a human one. But that brings us to a more fundamental question. I mean, how safe are escalators really? The truth is, when they're properly maintained, the safety margins on escalators are enormous. Each system is engineered to handle forces far beyond what they'll ever see in service.
So the braking load of our step is like greater 15 kilonewtons, so 1.5 tons. So you can put an elephant on the step and it won't break. Well, I've never seen a step break in my whole career. Never seen a step chain break either. I mean, it's just not happening.
Oh, man. I'm getting tired. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, didn't they update Cyberpunk? Cool. Retard donate $2. New video shows shooter in Charlie Kirk assassination running across the roof, jumping from building.
Bleep blop gleep glop 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 bleep blop gleep glop. Take a nap, we will stare. 7,777,777.
I want to take a nap. I do feel tired. Thanks for the donation though, retard, and dream of me.
Good morning, guys. We haven't recovered a bit from yesterday. We didn't sleep so well. Today we will have a full day of eating, but not the standard one. Challenge how many calories I eat in a day. In this video you will see the workout and the supplements I use. Also a stack for the pump. It will mostly be about food. The rest of the vid will likely be clips because this is not a workout video. But for us it will be a regular day, and at the end of the video we'll count how many calories I'll eat.
I think this guy's younger than me. I think he's like 27 or something. He's 26. He's 8 years younger than me.
Eat in a whole day. The day after tomorrow.
No, SARMs are for dumbasses. I wouldn't take SARMs.
We have a leg workout, so we're starting to load up with a lot of food in advance. I found a bit of grape juice. It's about half a liter. 14 grams of carbs in 100. 70 grams of carbs just from the juice. Today I will also lean on such stuff to gain more. Before eating, I'll take 2 capsules of digestive enzymes. This is to digest food better. Next, we take antioxidants. Antioxidants slow down all the harmful processes in the body. The next supplement is plant-based, and it's needed for liver support. Next comes nattokinase. It's a mild blood thinner, just 1 tablet in the morning. Coenzyme Q10. This is for the heart muscle. I'll be honest, I picked this up from Martin Fitzwater. I've talked about him more than once. He's doing great, lighting up his entire path. He's doing amazing, lighting up his entire journey on Instagram and giving people like me hope that one day I can reach his level. Omega-3. About 3 to 6 capsules in total. You can take them. You can break it into 2 parts or just take it in one.
Dude, this guy's feet even looks like they're weird. They're like caveman feet. 336 pounds, Jesus.
And of course, we can't forget about our little buddies.
Oh, look at that. Oh my god, that's a nice cat. Oh my goodness, that's a naked cat. Wow.
They need feeding too.
Oh, look at him. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, what a nice little wrinkly kitty. Oh my god. Oh, that would be so neat having a naked cat. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh, she hacking up. I guess they don't have fur balls.
The total weight comes to 1,600 grams, including 1,000 grams of potatoes and 600 grams of red fish. 3 pieces of fish and baked potatoes. That's my entire breakfast for today. Now we're going to eat. Then we'll go get some food. Once it settles a bit. And after that we'll work out. Stay tuned, it's gonna be interesting. Raising my first spoonful of potatoes to you, my friend. Man, this is tasty.
Oh my goodness, the cat's looking at him. Yeah, that guy's pretty gigantic. I'm sure a lot of people stare at him.
Topped up their calories with cheesecakes, but since there was only one...
I love how this guy bulks with cheesecake. Oh my goodness, Gum Gum. Oh, I've got a tired kitty here. Oh my goodness, look at my noodle. Here's my kitty. He's fuzzy. He has a naked cat. I have a fuzzy cat. This is my fuzzy friend. He's very sleepy right now. Yeah, he's a good sleepy kitty. Mwah. Look how handsome he is. Look at my little handsome. I bet Gum Gum would like a cheesecake. Yeah, Gum Gum wants to bulk with cheesecake. He likes rice cakes? I don't see why he wouldn't like cheesecake. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Oh my god, Gummy is just so sweet and handsome. Oh. Oh, he was lying on me weird, so I had to move him. Oh.
Did they find the man or woman or trans person who killed Gabby Petito yet? Or is the manhunt still underway? Do you think they are still in Utah?
You mean the guy who killed Charlie Kirk? Yeah, they're still looking for the person. Gabby Petito. I don't know who Gabby Petito is, but still looking for the guy who shot Charlie. I don't know about Gabby Petito. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
And we grabbed another cake to keep up. Next, we grabbed applesauce. That's our carbs. A loaf of bread, juice, cottage cheese, canned tuna. By the way, there's 21 grams of protein per can. 6 cans, that's already about 120 grams of protein. In a kilo of cottage cheese, there's 100 grams of protein. So from all of this, already 220 grams of protein. Then we've got some dried meat, 22 grams of protein per pack.
Yeah, I can see why he's not aging so gracefully. Dude. I don't know if I'd ever want to get to that size. I don't know if it's possible to just eat clean being that big. The amount of calories this guy eats is just fucking nuts.
Plus 4 sodas and some mineral water. The rest will be prepared while I'm away. Pre-workout carb load, nearly 450 calories and a solid 80 grams of carbs to fuel the session. The apple puree is called When I Grow Up. I'm drinking it still, hoping I'll grow up someday. So from the morning juice we had 70 grams of carbs and now another 80. That's a total of 150 grams already. Time to crush the second pack of puree. That was super easy. Guess I'll have to down the third pack. Shouldn't have.
How are this guy's hands so fucking fat and big? Like, oh my god. It is like, does he have some fucking crazy hookup for growth hormone? Because I know some people, like, some of it's water retention, and your hands can end up getting like fat from water retention from growth hormone. Like, holy fuck, his hands are ridiculous. Probably be possible with massive shakes. I could down a 1500 calorie shake like it's nothing. I struggle to eat that much. Even just protein shakes, I end up getting a feeling full for fucking hours just off of one protein shake. I don't know. That is ridiculous.
Thought 2 would be enough. Today it's gonna be old school, training at my buddy's place, and we're making a special shake for him right now. We're calling it the Wild Pump Shake. We've got 2 scoops of Pump Apocalypse, 2 scoops of Pump Curse, and 1 scoop of Mother Bucker. That's 5 scoops in total. Make sure to stir it well. Hey, what's the rush? Oh, you sure you're not gonna puke?
This is really weird. Just doing a calisthenics workout? I guess when you weigh that much, you know, I guess it's more difficult. Yeah, that guy has some of the most ridiculous arms I've ever seen. Remember Rich Piano would film all his YouTube videos promoting mutant mass and put about 6 scoops even though it said 2? Yeah, I remember.
We just got back from an intense workout, starting off with cheesecake and a nut cake. The nut cake is 1,400 grams and the cheesecake is 1,100 grams. The cheesecake has 330 calories per 100 grams, and the nut cake has 310.
Alright, so you gotta mix cheesecake and nut cake for the gains. That's the secret. I really want to know what steroids this guy's taking.
Sleep is very important.
Post nap, yeah, post cheesecake and nut cake nap.
And 300 grams of cheesecake. Sleep is very important. Ideally, you should take a nap for an hour after your workout. You'll feel much better, and your second session will be easier. Sleep is the best free thing you can get. At the very least, just lie down with your eyes closed. This way, your central nervous system will also recover, since both visual and auditory information overload our brain. All you need to do is lie down, close your eyes, and relax for 25 to 30 minutes. Just to give your mind a psychological break from all the thoughts. Now it's time for our next meal. This little can weighs 100.
I'm surprised such a huge, massive dude doesn't go nuts being in such a tiny-ass apartment like that. It just looks so claustrophobic.
15 grams, and we've got 6 of them. Well, that's almost 700 grams.
Holy fuck.
Proteins, 21 grams, fats and carbs, 6 grams each. And also 162 calories. Multiply 162 by 7, and that's 1,120 calories for this meal. Alright guys, it's time for our second workout. Today we're hitting the forearms. All we'll need is a 25 kilogram dumbbell with an oval grip.
Did he say 1,500 reps per arm? We need to do 1,500 reps for each arm. Weird. Yeah,
After
warming up for the
forearm
goon sesh.
workout, I'm finishing the rest of the cheesecake.
Oh my god, he ate the entire cheesecake.
And that's 1,100 grams. And after that, I'm finishing the nut cake.
He ate 2 cakes in one day. Holy fuck. What the fuck, dude? That's so much food. I can't fucking believe that. Oh, a doggy. Oh, that's a nice little doggy. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's washing the dog. Oh my god. Oh, that dog is gonna be so nice and clean. Oh my goodness.
For a snack, a cutlet with cheese, and after that, sandwiches with ham and cheese.
Yeah, no wonder this guy's aging so quickly. Holy shit.
Stefania Ferrario only has 83 OnlyFans subscribers at $10 per month, dude. So she makes $800, maybe a bit more given how much she spends on clothes and makeup. Go ahead and marry her, dumbass fuck lola retarded and brain dead stupid moron retard nigger.
Well, that's not including sales, and it's also not including her Patreon, and also, like, she actually works as a model, so it's only, like, one income source. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Потом будет следующий кадр. $12 grams of carbs per 100 milliliters of juice. The mug's 200.
I wonder if this guy is taking insulin. Dude, the amount of food he eats is just fucking crazy. Like, usually dudes the size who are pro bodybuilders have to take insulin.
150 milliliters. And by the end of the evening, the whole carton's gonna be gone. And we're wrapping up today with 500 grams of cottage
Dude, this is fucking ridiculous. Oh my god, he eats so much.
cheese and 100 grams of jam.
14,000 calories. Holy fucking shit. Dude. I'm struggling to get in 2,300 right now. That is monstrous. Like, unfucking believable. Fuck me, dude. Oh. All right. Yeah, clogged arteries for sure. I don't know if he's taking a decent amount of ancillary medications like statins or something to control his cholesterol, but that is a lot of food. He has really odd proportions. His legs look really short. Bussy, you don't need $2. Yeah, somebody already sent me that. The footage of the shooter. Hispanics who voted for him.
Sir. Great. What do I win? Nothing! Now get out!
Yeah.
of gooning.
Religion of Goonism.
Goonism.
In the name of the Goon, Goon Lord, and the Holly Nut, a new religion called Goonism is rapidly gaining followers.
We don't pray, we goon. No lotion, no oil, just straight dry gooning to our Goon Lord and Savior who died for our goons.
Using any kind of lube or even your own foreskin while gooning is considered a sin. And usually the sinners get brutally molested according to the New Testament, or they can just buy the Public Nigga Committee token.
Every 5 years, the members of the Public Nigga Committee visit the St. Nut Cathedral to touch the Holy Nut, which is believed to be the last nut of the Goon Lord before he was elevated to the heavens.
The founders of the faith have declared that on the 30th of April, by revelation of the Goon Lord himself, a holy token must be created, and without it, no one shall enter the Goon Light.
The religion of gooning.
Religion of Goonism.
Alright, I'm probably not going to join that religion, but thanks for the donation, Bussy.
Do you think the field roast vegan brats are relatively healthy? What are your favorite vegan brats of any?
I've had their Frankfurter sausages. The main issue is they're just very high in sodium, so as long as you're not consuming too much salt, I think they're pretty fine. The best tasting ones so far are the Beyond Meat sausages. They're bratwurst flavor. Those aren't great, like those are higher in saturated fat, but yeah, the field roast are okay. Tofurkey sausages are okay. It's just that they're pretty high in sodium. Thanks for the donation though, Fat Vegan. Blink donated $3.
Today is September 10th, 2025. Charlie Kirk speaks at an event in Orem, Utah.
All right, thanks for the
It is at the
donation,
Sorensen Center courtyard on the campus of Utah Valley University. The event, part of his American Comeback Tour, features his signature Prove Me Wrong debate format. Kirk is positioned at a table beneath a large tent. Students come up and have a chance to ask him a question and debate with him. Approximately 20 minutes into his presentation, an audience member identified as a student questions him about mass shootings.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? Too many. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you this credit. Do you know how many shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Kirk asks a question, but then it gets interrupted.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Oh my god. Go, run.
When Charlie is 18 years old, he speaks at a college. He just seems like any other young American conservative. But at that college, he catches someone's eye. Will Montgomery sees that Charlie gets attention. While other conservative speakers are boring, young people listen to Charlie Kirk. A month later, in September 2012, he and the 18-year-old launched Turning Point USA.
Well, what Turning Point USA stands for, what we're trying to do is we're going into the high schools and the colleges to challenge these textbooks that publish flat out falsehoods and fallacies.
It's a nonprofit organization established to promote conservative values, specifically among young Americans through high school and college campuses.
I'm only 19 years old and fighting this fight every single day. I get through to college campuses, high schools, I debate professors, I debate socialists.
It's not an immediate success, but Turning Point steadily grows into something larger than Charlie.
We'll probably recruit 4,000 to 5,000 new students, collect their data. It's a high-energy conference for us. It's a way to reward our best members that have been...
They organize speeches with ever bigger conservative American thinkers. The young Charlie Kirk quickly becomes a fixture of the American political conservative landscape.
I started an organization, Turning Point USA, 2.5 years ago, around 2 key values: free markets and limited government.
In 2016, he speaks at the Republican National Convention. When Trump secures the Republican nomination, he and Turning Point embrace the MAGA movement. Charlie Kirk gets a direct line to the president. At the same time, he begins using modern media outlets as a way to spread his political message. But they're also a means for generating content that gets attention. He gets millions of views, in large part fueled by debates on college campuses. In 2018 comes Campus Clash, a college tour with Candace Owens. In 2024, the You're Being Brainwashed Tour, a college tour with former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. On September 10th, 2025, Kirk initiates the American Comeback Tour, a series of events for college students across the United States. The format includes his classic Prove Me Wrong table sessions, where he invites attendees to debate his political and cultural viewpoints in a public setting. The event at Utah Valley University is designated as the first stop on this tour. Eyewitness accounts describe hearing a loud bang.
Closer, are they like restricting you guys up here? What?
It's just there's just so much. Before we had a flag and we had it, so it was positioned above the tent, so it would be in the camera. They just moved.
What's that? God, get that shot! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Immediately following the sound, Charlie Kirk's head jerks backwards. A significant volume of blood gushes from his neck. Although an autopsy is yet to be released, speculations state he is hit partially in his jugular and spine. Phone footage shows that audience members react to the noise instinctively, collectively looking to the right and then crouching down. People scatter in multiple directions.
Yeah, so I think this graphic is inaccurate. It looks like he got hit in the chest, and the bullet bounced off the plate carrier and into his neck.
His security personnel and multiple police officers cover him and try to bring him away to surrounding vehicles as soon as possible. Through phone recordings later released on Twitter, a figure is identified on the roof of the Losey Center. A building located approximately 200 yards or 180 meters from Kirk's position. It seems the shooter is lying in a prone position, shooting down with a clear view of his target. This individual is observed both prior to and following the shot, and is seen retreating from the rooftop. Based on these videos, the shooter is placed at a more accurate guesstimation of 100 to 120 meters from where Kirk is sitting. Presumably, the shooter escapes over the roof of the building after taking the shot. Charlie Kirk is carried to a police vehicle, parked just behind the tent where he is speaking from. He's then transported to the local Timpanogos Regional Hospital. Initial reports indicate his condition is critical. Utah Valley University spokeswoman Ellen Trainer states that a suspect is in custody and is not a student.
Dare you! How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! How dare you!
Political figures begin to issue statements. President Donald Trump posts on Truth Social, calling for prayers for Charlie Kirk. Vice President J.D. Vance also expresses calls for prayer. Utah Governor Spencer Cox condemns the violence, as does California Governor Gavin Newsom and many other prominent political figures. At 2:26 MDT, FBI Director Kash Patel also announces on social media that a suspect in the shooting is in custody.
Now, we have a person of interest in custody.
But only a couple of hours later, all statements are retracted. Cox clarifies that George Zinn, the individual initially detained, is not the assassin, but has been charged with obstruction of justice. A second suspect is also arrested, but later released. As of right now, the authorities state their investigation continues. At around 2:40 MDT, Charlie Kirk's death is finally confirmed. President Donald Trump announces it on Truth Social. He is survived by his wife, daughter, and son.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah.
The cause of death is confirmed as a gunshot wound to the neck. No further suspects have been taken into custody as of September 11th at the time of this upload. President Trump orders all American flags to be lowered to half-staff across the country until Sunday evening as a mark of respect. We are reminded again of how real the present danger of political shootings is in the United States.
It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
For us, on the outside, looking in from Europe, it's a brutal reminder of how politically heated things are in the country across the ocean. This video wasn't a walk in the park. It took us less than a day after the shooting happened to get a full 3D video production in motion, and we rendered more than 50,000 frames to be able to do it.
Oh, that's all shit we already knew. Thousand reps in total. So he does some like really super high rep calisthenics work. Blink donated $2. Let me see.
Okay, let's look at this. Where's this black dot come from? And then disappears. Black dot disappears. What does this mean?
Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, they're obviously gonna catch the shooter. Yeah. Wonder how much he can squat. Not sure if he trains legs much.
The only reason you don't want to watch One Piece because you're an autistic nigger retardroid head faggot that doesn't have the mental capacity to appreciate good content. That's why yo bitch ass don't like Demon Slayer and think Bleach looks bad. Bitch.
No, they just suck. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo. Yeah, this guy has some fucking retard strength. Dodo donates to others, VG, look up Gabby, Petito, you don't remember? Yes, you do also.
Something strange is happening in Afghanistan. Ever since the Taliban...
Alright, I'm gonna have to watch that tomorrow. Gabby, Petito. I literally do not know who the fuck this is. I have no idea. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. We'll watch this video tomorrow. Okay, he does have some pretty crazy quads. Holy shit, he does the full stack with one leg for 70 reps. Then doing 15 to 16 sets with both legs, 100 reps. Jeez. That's his fucking leg workout? He just does leg extensions? Jeez, weird. He doesn't do squats because he can't get his hands behind the bar. That is not very good mobility. He literally just does, like, ridiculous amounts of leg extensions, and that's it. That is so fucking weird. May I have some Bussy? Donate $2. Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
Das ist eine smarte Idee, diese Dinger
Bussy. Huh. Well, thanks for the donation. May I have some Bussy? All right. I'm tired and I'm gonna go to bed. But we'll react to this video tomorrow. Maybe the shooter will be caught. And then we'll have some more updates and shit. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And as always, keep making those vegan steroid gains. See you all tomorrow.